The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, Parks is hereby called to order. Welcome to the people of the Virgin Islands and those listening and viewing from abroad. You are now tuned in to the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I am Senator Angel Bulkes Jr., the chairman of this committee. Before we begin, I wanted to shed some light on some observances for the month of October that deserve attention and support. Each of these observances represents a cause close to the hearts of many, and they all play a crucial role in raising awareness and promoting positive change in our society. October 5th, which is today, is World Teachers' Day, and today we express our gratitude to the educators who inspire and shape our future. Teachers play a very pivotal role in our lives, and their dedication deserves recognition and appreciation. So I want to extend, on behalf of this committee, a thank you to all the teachers in the Virgin Islands and around the world for your unwavering commitment to education. October also is Mental Awareness Week, which is between October 1st to October 7th. And this week is to unite to raise awareness about mental health challenges that affect millions of people every day. Let's work together and break the stigma, provide support, and promote understanding. Mental health matters, and every voice can make a difference in someone's journey toward recovery and well-being. Monthly observances also, it's ADHD Awareness Month in October, a time to recognize the challenges faced by those who have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and the importance of understanding and supporting individuals with ADHD in their journey towards success. Also, we have Blindness Awareness Month, a month dedicated to the acknowledgement of those who have needs and abilities, who are challenged with the need or ability to see or be visually impaired. It's a reminder that blindness does not define a person's potential, and we should advocate for equal opportunities and accessibility for all. It is also Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It's an annual campaign that urges us to remember the millions of people affected by breast cancer. We also want to spread awareness and encouragement for the early detection and support of research that we can do to make breast cancer a thing of the past. It is also World Bullying Prevention Month, which highlights the critical need to address and prevent bullying in all forms. Together we can create a culture of kindness and respect and empathy to protect our youth and foster safe environments for all. October is also Halloween Safety Month. We know at the end of the month we're going to have Halloween, and in this, leading up to this festivity, we want to emphasize the importance of ensuring that you have a fun and safe experience for all children and adults, because I know y'all like to party when Halloween come too, during this festivity, to be safe and drink responsibly. These observances in October remind us of the power that we have to bring about positive change. So let's all come together and raise awareness and offer support and promote a more compassionate and understanding territory. Lastly, I also want to take the moment and offer my respect and condolences and remember former Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen, a person who made a significant impact on our territory, and mainly here on the island of St. Croix. Senator Hansen's fearless spirit and independence and commitment to defending the rights of every individual, regardless of their background, will forever be remembered. And we thank her for her service here in the Senate and throughout this community. Madam Clerk, could you please give the roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.
Present.
Senator Bocas Jr. present. Mr. Chair, we have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Oh, Madam Clerk, I believe Senator Alma Francis Heilager is online. Is that you, Senator?
Yes, it is. I'm present.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks for being here with us. Madam Clerk, please note Senator Francis Heilager as present. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences for the record?
October 5th, 2023, the Honorable Angel L. Bocas Jr., Chairperson, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate, Golden Rock. Christian said, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Chairperson Bocas, I will be tardy to today's scheduled Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. Hearing begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Loretz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. I will be attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Phase 1 of the Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my tardiness may cause. Sincerely, Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. October 5th, 2023, the Honorable Angel L. Bocas Jr., Chairman, Committee on Culture, Aging, Sports, Parks, and Youth, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Christian said, VI 00820. Dear Mr. Chairman, I would like to extend my apologies for my delayed arrival at today's October 5th, 2023 Committee on Culture, Aging, Sports, Parks, and Youth meeting. Due to a prior engagement, I am unable to attend the beginning of the meeting. Please mark my initial absence as excused, and I look forward to joining the hearing at the earliest opportunity. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Vice President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, could you please excuse Senate President Francis and Senate Vice President Blyden for the record? Before we formally begin, I want to ask for my housekeeping rules to please put your cell phones on silent or vibrate. I would also ask all of the testifiers to please consistently identify themselves by name and title before making a statement to any replying questions in order for our in-house stenographers, although they're not physically present here with us. I know that they're taking notes from virtually. So I ask that you please do so. It would much be appreciated. And for those online, if you can turn off your cameras when you're not replying so that we can adhere to any bandwidth issues that we may have. We had a late start this morning due to the weather and the power outage. The media division has been working since this morning trying to connect both districts, so I appreciate them for all of their work and due diligence. Today, we have our Honorable former Senator Carol Burke here with us, who is also coincidentally the chairwoman of the 175th Emancipation Committee, along with the Honorable former Senate President as well, Myron Jackson, who is in the St. Thomas Chambers, here to testify on behalf of the 175th Emancipation Committee. And emancipation observances hold a very profound significance as they provide an opportunity to commemorate a pivotal moment or pivotal moments throughout our history when the chains of slavery were finally broken. These observances serve a very powerful reminder of the long and challenging journey towards equality and freedom for all individuals, and regardless of their race or background. By acknowledging and celebrating emancipation, we honor the resilience and the courage of those who fought for their rights to pave the way for our ongoing discussion about social justice and equality. This Emancipation Committee observances highlighted our progress and inspired us to continue striving more for an inclusive society for our future generations. I want to thank both of you, along with all of the members of the 175th Emancipation Committee, for taking the time to be a part of this committee and doing all of the work that you have done to help showcase the emancipation of the Virgin Islands. I know that it's sometimes a very difficult journey, but I appreciate all of your work and endeavors thus far. I'm looking forward to hearing an update. Before we get into your testimony, of course, I understand that there is a media component, a video of sorts, to give us an update before your testimony, so I'm looking forward to that as well. So I would ask the media division to please queue up that video for us to look at.
I welcome you to our unveiling of the new 2023-2024 VIA phone book directory.
Poetry at the center of the world. This is an old Caribbean story of Caribbean trees with bent up branches and aged trunks, with lacy roots that has been cracking up people good cistern and cement foundation. William, Henry Lucas, George, Isaac William, Henry Thomas, Christopher, Richard King, James.
And thank you for that beautiful presentation. And I know some of our audience is on the radio airwaves and may not have been able to see the visual side of that presentation. But if I can just quickly illustrate it, it encompassed a lot of the diversity of our society, peoples from all different walks of life, different colors, different religions, from the young to the old. It is really good to see people coming together, especially for something as important as our emancipation. And of course, that also comes with the culinary aspect of it, you know, the food, the culture, the heritage. So that was definitely very, very encompassing. Is that also going to be on your website really quickly?
Good morning, Senator. Yes, it will be.
Okay, good. So for those of you who missed it and listening on the radio airwaves, you may want to go to the website so you can see it. I did neglect to have the Madam Clerk read the agenda into the record. Madam Clerk, please just read in Block 1 into the record, and we'll read Block 2 into the record at the appropriate time. Please proceed.
The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Park has scheduled a hearing for Thursday, October 5th, 2023, 10 a.m. at the Fritz E. Loretz Legislative Chamber on St. Croix to receive testimonies and updates regarding the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee and the Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Committee. Block 1. This hearing will focus on receiving testimony and updates from the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee. The committee will present its annual report on this year's Emancipation celebration, highlighting successes and challenges, improvements made, and budgetary details, including expenditure. Additionally, the hearing will delve into the progress of archival and digitization projects currently in progress. The ECC will provide insights into their ongoing initiatives in this regard. Furthermore, the committee will discuss plans for the remainder of the year, seeking input and collaboration from stakeholders to expand the emancipation celebration and raise awareness. They will also share identified needs and areas where assistance can facilitate the growth of the celebration and its broader impact on public awareness. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Carol Burke, Chairwoman, 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee, the Honorable Myron Jackson, former Senator and Board Member. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the Honorable Carol Burke and the Honorable Myron Jackson. I would like to ask Chairwoman Burke to please proceed with reading her testimony into the record.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Good morning, Honorable Angel Bolkes, Chairman and honorable members of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks, and other distinguished members of the 35th Legislature. I am Carol Burke, Chairwoman of the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee. I am accompanied by the Honorable Myron Jackson, Chairman of the Committee on Research, Data Collection, and Digitization. Other members of the committee include Secretary Terry Helenice, Chair and also who chairs our Corporate Sponsorship Committee, Senator Carla Joseph and Jelani Ritter, who are co-chairs of the Committee on Media and Communication, Dr. Kanuma Simmons, who chairs the Committee on Culture, Akeem McIntosh, who chairs the Committee on Education and Public Affairs, Public Display, Maureen Burke Ventura, who chairs Capital Projects Committee, and Jamila Russell, who chairs the Volunteerism and Advocacy Committee. I just wanted to add, with regards to the video that you just saw, that the committee has gone to a number of events and participated in the Ag Fair and the St. Thomas Carnival, and we've also had a forum on Constitution versus Status that was coordinated by our chairperson of that committee, Akeem McIntosh. Today, I come before you, deeply honored and profoundly humbled as we convene to deliberate matters of immense consequence to the essence of the U.S. Virgin Islands' cultural identity. With gratitude and reverence, I commend each member of this august committee for your unwavering dedication to nurturing our heritage and safeguarding the legacy of emancipation. It is with utmost privilege that I share insights and perspectives on the proceedings of the 175th Emancipation of Commemoration Committee. Our journey today transports us back to a watershed moment of 175 years ago, when the unwavering courage of our forebears shattered the chains of enslavement. On that historic day of July 3rd, 1848, a defiant rebellion was ignited, a beacon of hope that would ultimately dismantle years of unrighteousness, oppression, and bondage. This legacy, etched in the annals of our history, implores us to be steadfast in upholding the values for which we valiantly fought. As a people, we are the custodians of stories entrusted with passing down narratives of generations yet to come. Through our music that resonates like ancestral echoes, our festivals that infuse life into history's chapters, our meticulously curated museums, and the tireless efforts of our culture bearers, both formal and informal, we ensure that our history remains vibrant, our voices endure, and our heritage stands resolute. It is within this intricate weave of collective memory that we find our strength, our resilience, and our purpose. Today's hearing is not just about the work and the focus of a group of individuals at a moment in time. It is an opportunity for us to continue to uphold our charge to solidify and shore up the bridge that connects us to the indomitable spirit of those who took a stand against tyranny. It is our collective responsibility not only to celebrate the passage of 175 years, but to ensure that the fire that burned within those who sought justice in the face of adversity remains unquenched. For that reason, during our recent commemoration, we not only paid homage to the 175 Keepers of the Flame whose lives and contributions have illuminated our path, but we also honored the living legends of culture among us, bearing witness to the passage of time while carrying a torch of tradition forward. The 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee, of which I am humbled to serve as chairwoman, has embarked on a journey marked by achievement, dedication, and foresight. The architecture of our efforts is fortified by meticulous planning, executed programs, and an unwavering commitment to seize both immediate and future opportunities. Among our triumphs is the restoration of Borough Park, a sacred site steeped in historical significance. There is no way this committee could proceed forward in celebration without noticing, attending to, and fixing the poor state of Borough Park. Our support of the poignant return of Annahiga's remains to St. Croix has rekindled the connection to our past and instilled hope for a future where her legacy resonates through time. This reconnection to our history will secure our footing as we move forward as a people. In the spirit of transparency, I present to you a comprehensive report encapsulating the essence of this year's commemoration. The document sheds light on remarkable achievements, moments of introspection, areas earmarked for enhancements, a budgetary outline, and an overview of expenditures. Additionally, extend insights into our ongoing archival and digitization initiatives alongside a visionary perspective of expanding awareness and infusing renewed vigor into this cherished commemoration. The VI175.com website. At its inception, there has been interest in extending the lifespan of the 175 website. It can chronicle the significant milestone of 175 years of emancipation in the Virgin Islands with free access to all visitors. 2023 was celebrated with pride, exuberance, remembrance, and importantly, interest. Interest in what's happened during 1848, what happened before, and what followed up to current day. The VI175.com website is a repository of valuable history and is an online place to honor for those Virgin Islanders who were critical agents of change in the quest of emancipation. There are two sections of the site. One that holds the names of those who have passed, the keepers of the flame, and another section who are those still with us, the living legends, who continue the mission of enriching and improving lives of Virgin Islanders. Designed from the onset to be extensible, the website is ready for updates, additional content, galleries, repositories, and other augmentation to the current site. This ability, when combined with already compelling content on board, makes the idea of extending the life of the site a valid one. We are suggesting at least 5 years of continuation for the site. There are costs associated, but they're modest compared to assembling and building something new. The site has received everywhere from 50 visitors a day at the beginning to 4,500 per day during the Living Legends campaign, which saw an exceptional turnout by voting for the candidates. It's an excellent demonstration of democracy and a sober reflection of what emancipation has enabled. But there is much more to do and further to go. We feel the VI175.com website can be an essential part of that goal. The critical matters to be addressed to extend the site into the future are basic but essential. 1, web hosting, which is cloud-based with an on-demand resources when required. Security, content updates, CMS core engine updates, plugin and ancillary software updates, licenses for software currently being used on the site, content delivery network for fast serving of content and images, daily backups, and 100% renewable energy matching. And the cost is relatively $284 a month, including the basic content updates. Capital projects. Emancipation capital projects pending completions are the enhancement of Emancipation Drive. Recently, the government of the Virgin Islands was undergoing a water project, so that delayed that project. The Emancipation Drive at the entrance, right off of the Melvin Evans Highway, we're going to construct 2 columns with step landscaping. Two of the columns will be installed in both directions on the drive. We're also going to install new signage at the intersection of Hannah's Rest and Emancipation Drive. Claudia Marcos School, there's going to be an interactive outdoor display area at the front of the school with waysides and landscaping. We're going to complete the 4 Queens metal statue to be displayed and install benches and signage. And the final product will depict a historical walk-in field trip, not just for the children, but for the public in general. We're going to also have signage at the intersection of Emancipation Drive just past the post office depicting Welcome to Freedom City. Beautiful Emancipation Drive will beautify Emancipation Drive with potted plants as is doable. Hopefully, we're trying to source plants that are indigenous to St. Croix to be able to accomplish that. We have already been trying, and it's a very difficult task. with regards to what's available. But our goal is not to impact the pedestrian or vehicle flow. We're going to complete our work at Bodo Park. We expect that we're going to enter a joint maintenance plan with Sports Park and Recreation for the upkeep of the irrigation systems and the ground. Across from Polly Joseph Stadium, we're going to designate a rest area with a large interactive percussion display and the waysides and benches and new landscaping. Signage packaging for welcome signs and historical landmarks throughout the territory with St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. We're also going to do some enhancement to Emancipation Garden and the Cruise Bay. We're also going to be erecting, once we have designed, commissioned for designing and constructing a wall in honor of the Keepers of the Flames. So all the names, over 175 names, will be put on the walls, and they'll be replicated in both St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. Christiansted, that wall would be. While I am humbled by the opportunity to serve the people of the Virgin Islands through my service on this committee, I'm also incredibly proud of what we have achieved thus far. I am encouraged to envision and declare that we can accomplish much, much more. Our committee was gratified to secure the talents of nationally renowned speaker and activist Rosalind Brock, Chairman Emeritus of the NAACP National Board of Directors, to deliver the powerful keynote address at our culminating ceremony on July 3rd. Working with a dynamic public relations agency, we were able to gain local, regional, and national exposure for the territory using timely press releases, interviews, and media attention. Some highlights include coverage in more than 30 publications, including Essence Magazine, and leading travel and tourism-focused outlets, and over 700 syndicated stories. Through our efforts to share our unique emancipation story far and wide, we reached an audience of nearly 5 million people, reminding them of the territory's significant role in the universal fight for freedom from oppression and tyranny. Our work resulted in an estimated public relations value to the territory of more than $5.6 million. Working with the same agency, we produced informative and culturally sensitive ads and flyers to keep Virgin Islanders engaged and excited about upcoming events, and executed the Living Legends concepts to recognize that our history is not only a matter of knowing the past, but acknowledging the importance and the impact of our current and future decisions and actions. Through various events and discussions, such as the Holy Mass, the Fort to Fort Ride, Race and Walk, the mini Emancipation Parade, the ceremonial libation to the ancestors, the official Emancipation Ceremony, the Emancipation Luncheon on the Pier, and the Clear the Road Art Exhibit, and culminating with the Unshackled Music Festival, we have been faithful to uphold the mission of the committee. It is with utmost gratitude that we highlighted the unwavering support of corporate sponsors of the United States Virgin Islands 175th Emancipation Celebration. They are VIA, Cruise and Rum, the Buccaneer Hotel, Royal Caribbean Cruise Line, First Bank, Tropical Shipping, Liberty Virgin Islands, Diageo US and Diageo USVI. This corporate support will continue through July 2024. We generated $225,350 in corporate sponsorship, monetary contributions, and $6,000 in sales of promotional items and other in-kind donations, which includes VIA's cover and insert in the 2023 and 2024 phone book, and Cruise and Rum's distilled Call of the Conch, the signature rum that's in honor of emancipation. So as I share elements of the 175th as it evolves, I also provide notice that on September 13th, 2023, the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. through Executive Order 53-2023, amended Executive Order 522-2022, quote, to extend the duration of the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee to July, unquote, to July 31, 2024. The executive order lists the accomplishments of the 175th Committee, as well as our plans to complete the restoration of Bodo Park, the enhancement of the Emancipation Drive, the design and building of a monument for the Keepers of the Flame, as I previously mentioned, and plans to maintain and expand the VI175.com website and other educational and cultural initiatives. Recently, some of the members of the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee spent a week in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. We acted upon an invitation by Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett to attend the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation's 52nd Annual Legislative Conference. We also met with officials of the Danish Embassy and visited the African American Museum. The 52nd Annual Legislative Conference occurred at the Walter E. Washington Convention Center from September 20th to the 24th, 2023. Our illustrious Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett served as honorary co-chair along Senator Raphael Warnock, who led in provocative discussions that tackled the pressing challenges that define our times. This policy forum elicited critical discussions, innovative solutions, and shared a vision for progress. The conference theme, Securing Our Democracy, Protecting Our Freedoms, Uplifting Our Culture, was highlighted through interactive forums and tremendous networking opportunities. Our visit with the Danish Embassy left us optimistic about reconnecting and resetting our relationship. We discussed the freedom fighters and whether the Danish government would be amenable to sharing or gifting the Virgin Islands historical documents, images, and artifacts. The highlight of the meeting, though, was the strong possibilities for Virgin Islanders to receive scholarships to study in Denmark. We also shared ideas about tourism and energy. The African American Museum provided the impetus for us to pursue the Smithsonian Institute regarding memorializing aspects of the 175th celebration. An event as culturally and historically meaningful as the 175th anniversary of emancipation demands executive sponsorship to ensure its significance is adequately appreciated. We believe the time continues to be ripe to build on the committee's successes and momentum. Our vision for moving forward includes several key elements. 1, promoting cultural tourism. The Virgin Islands can capitalize on its rich history and cultural heritage related to emancipation to attract cultural tourists interested in learning about its past. This could involve guided tours, historical reenactments, and cultural festivals, and will require public-private collaboration to ensure the many facets of the territory's cultural landscape are represented. 2, diversity marketing. Partner with the Department of Tourism to target the African American market as a key growth opportunity, especially the groups and meeting market. 3, education partnerships. Collaborate with the universities and research institutions to create educational programs highlighting the significance of the VI emancipation's history. This could involve workshops, seminars, and online courses. 4, national media. Collaborate with UVI to strengthen ties with the African American journalists through the National Association of Black Journalists. 5, media campaigns. Develop national media campaigns to share the story of VI emancipation through stories, podcasts, and broadcast television. 6, media hospitality. Coordinate year-long media visits to the territory. 7, public awareness campaign. Launch a public awareness campaign to inform residents about the significance of the commemoration and encourage year-long participation. 8, cultural exchange programs to foster cultural exchange programs with neighboring Caribbean nations to share knowledge and experiences related to our common history and impact on our communities, especially future generation. Looking ahead, I wholeheartedly endorse the strategic pathways outlined in your well-considered documentation. By harnessing the potency of our history and cultural heritage surrounding emancipation, we are poised to cultivate cultural tourism, engage diverse markets, and forge educational partnerships that echo the significance of our journey. Collaborative efforts with academia, research institutions, and national media channels will play a pivotal role in amplifying awareness and perpetuating our legacy. Moreover, let us embark on international endeavors, fostering cultural exchange programs with neighboring Caribbean nations as we endeavor to deepen our shared understanding of our intertwined past and the transformative impact that it has on the present and future generation. In closing, the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee expects this year to be a testament of our unwavering unity. This cohesion mirrors the courage of those who dared to defy the unrighteous powers previously held them in bondage, an agreement that channels the unyielding strength flowing within our veins. As chairwoman of the committee, I am deeply grateful for your relentless support and tireless dedication to this noble cause. Together, let us continue to illuminate the path of liberation, empowering future generations to embrace their history, stand tall in their heritage, and shape a future that embodies the ideals of freedom and justice. May the blessings of Providence forever grace the Virgin Islands of the United States. Thank you, Honorable Senate Chairman Angel Bulkes and the rest of the committee members.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Burke, for that very passionate testimony. Much appreciated. And before I have the subcommittee chairman of the Committee of Research, Data Collection, and Digitization give his remarks in his testimony, I wanted to point out the importance of digitization, data collection, and research, as they are very pivotal components in the ongoing pursuit, in this case, for justice, equality, and social progress. You know, by harnessing the power of technology and information, we're able to preserve and document historical struggles of the emancipation process, but it also empowers ourselves to have an effective, meaningful change for the present and the future, which is generational. And the digitization also allows us to safeguard the stories and the records of those who fought for liberation and ensuring their legacy endures for generations to come. Data collection and research is the engine of progress. It fuels innovation, it informs strategic decision-making, and it helps us develop targeted interventions to address systemic issues. Whether we're studying historical archives or if we're conducting contemporary social research, the knowledge that's gained from research empowers us to advocate effectively and challenge the status quo and drive meaningful societal transformation. So the emancipation, digitization, data collection, and research are not passive endeavors. They're actually active tools for change. And I see the very important part of this subcommittee and what it will do, not only for our people, because, you know, like, a lot of the history that I learned had to come from an older person. They had to tell me, you know, and if we're able to actually document a lot of, you know, what has taken place and even moving forward, because we are creating history today. And we'll continue to do so as a Virgin Islands. And, you know, being sure to document and digitize these things when they happen will help us to empower ourselves as Virgin Islanders. So, Subcommittee Chairman Myron Jackson, you are now able to give your testimony for the record. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to request a point of personal privilege.
Please proceed.
I would be remiss, good morning, members of the committee, those viewing and listening. I would be remiss if I sat here and not extend my condolences to the families of former Senator George Goodwin, a man I knew well, the family of former Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen, to whom I had the opportunity to serve with. And regrettably this morning, on behalf of my extended Jackson Williams family, announced the untimely passing of former Senator Lloyd Williams, who served in this august institution for 12 years and 6, which is the equivalent of 6 terms. The family has requested that you allow them time this morning to notify the extended family of his untimely passing. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chairman Bolkus, Honorable Committee members, and other senators. My colleagues of the 175th Emancipation Commemorative Committee, ladies and gentlemen in the audience and listening public. I am Myron D. Jackson, former senator, the chairman of the 175th Emancipation Commemorative Committee Subcommittee on Research, Data Collection, and Digitization. Shortly after being named to chair this subcommittee, I recruited the following volunteers to serve as members. They are Akeem McIntosh, Malachi Thomas, Shalana Brown, Nadine Machena Ken, Monique Clendenin Watson, Frendel Gerard, and Gerard Emmanuel. Our subcommittee has met weekly since last October and have worked on the following initiatives, which are currently completed or in progress. The 175th Emancipation Commemorative via telephone book cover and insert, content for the 175 Emancipation Commemorative Committee website, support the restoration and creation of exhibits at Fort Frederick St. Croix and Fort Christian St. Thomas. The creation of a 175th Emancipation Commemorative scholarly creative publication, a historical documentary on the Virgin Islands emancipation narrative, and support to other initiatives of the 175th Emancipation Commemorative Committee. Our year-long activities are explained in detail in the report that I am attaching to this testimony. But let me summarize for you the status of each of these objectives. 1, the subcommittee reviewed the work of several Virgin Islands artists and chose the Freedom Panel of Elroy Simmons mural that is located here in the Virgin Islands Legislature Capitol Building to be the art featured on the cover of the phone book. We believe that in addition to being a stunning work of art, it depicted the Virgin Islands emancipation story and the ongoing narrative of freedom in a visually compelling way. We also reviewed several emancipation narratives and chose the work of the late historian Dr. Arnold Highfield's Emancipation and Beyond, from the book Crucian Recollections for use as the central narrative because of its scholarship, readability, and access to copyright permission for republishing. We researched and developed an article that explored traditional and contemporary narratives around the Virgin Islands emancipation story, featuring Virgin Islands emancipation artwork and artists around the Virgin Islands and Denmark. We obtained copyright permissions for use of the literary and visual art use on the cover and in the insert and on our website. We worked with Jennifer Mataringas King of VIA regarding details of the publication. The project was completed by February, and the published phone book was available to the public by June of this year. The subcommittee also provided copyright-approved content to the webmaster for the website. In particular, the narrative from Dr. Highfield's book and the artwork of the late Leo Carty and Elroy Simmons. We also provided other narratives that users of the website could use as a reference on Virgin Islands emancipation event. The project was completed by February of this year. The subcommittee visited the emancipation exhibits at Fort Frederick in Frederiksted, St. Croix, and in Fort Christian in St. Thomas, and found them to be in terrible disrepair. We decided to direct a substantial portion of our assigned budget to the restoration of these exhibits in time for the July 3rd commemoration activities. We met with DPNR Territorial Curator Monica Marin, DPNR Director of Libraries, Archives, and Museums, Amy DeSobo, on the proposed restoration at Fort Frederick, and with the Cancrine School Principal and History and Art Department chairs regarding the restoration of the transatlantic slave exhibition at Fort Christian, and supported their request for the restoration of the permanent exhibitions and the new exhibits. The project on St. Croix was completed in time for July 3rd commemoration, and the exhibition in St. Thomas is in its final stage. The subcommittee decided that the following themes would be examined in the proposed scholarly, creative, ongoing narrative of freedom publication: historical context, global, regional, local review, enslaved perspectives, culture, spirituality, role of women, summary of events, leaderships and planning, attaining property, testimonies on that day, July 3rd. Facing the past, embracing the future, healing generational wounds, an unfinished project. After meeting with UVI's Caribbean Writers Press editor, Alcest Lewis Brown, the subcommittee selected the Caribbean Writer Press as the publisher of the scholarly creative publication. The subcommittee advised the 175th Emancipation Commemorative Committee, and in conjunction with the editor and the 175th Emancipation Commemorative Chair, issued a press release and campaign calling for abstracts from scholars and creatives of Virgin Islands history and culture by Friday of May 12th. The committee, or the subcommittee, and the editor, Lewis Brown, decided on a 300 to 450 page publication with 700 printed copies with access to digital copies. The subcommittee received abstracts from local, national, and international scholars and creatives on Virgin Islands history and culture for 12 papers, 6 essays, 5 short stories, 6 poems, 2 special collections from its call for content. We reviewed abstracts and advised all those submitting abstracts to develop their ideas and submit a finished product by August of this year. We received the finished 13 scholarly papers, 8 essays, 5 short stories, 25 poems, and 2 artwork from local, national, and international scholars and creatives on Virgin Islands history and culture. Finished work was submitted to the Caribbean Writer, and the process of reviewing and editing submissions have begun. We anticipate this project will be completed by February or March of 2024. The subcommittee members developed and participated in the libation and naming salute of ancestors of the 1848 rebellion in 2 activities. 6 a.m. ceremony on July 3rd at the Silk Cotton Tree to the east of Fort Frederick with libation, drumming, conch shell blowing, carousel, and calling of names to honor the 175th anniversary of the gathering of the enslaved Africans at Fort Frederick at the hour of the gathering. 10 a.m. ceremony on the 175th Emancipation performance stage with libation, drumming, conch shell blowing, carousel, historic narrative, poetry, and calling of the names to honor the 175th anniversary of the enslaved Africans' demand for freedom at Fort Frederick in 1848. We got permission for researchers to use information in commemoration, organize student participation, drummers, readers, etc. for the ceremony. We also created virtual calling of names on social media, honoring the ancestors arrested, injured, killed in the rebellion. As subcommittee chair, I also energized the commemoration activities on St. Thomas and St. John, 2 meetings with Dr. Gilbert Sproul and Pam Richards for the organization of the St. John Emancipation Ceremony, and with the Pan-African Support Group for the organization of the Emancipation Program on St. Thomas for July 3rd. And similarly, those 2 activities coincided with the official emancipation commemoration on St. Croix. Plans are still in the works for the creation of a historical documentary on emancipation. We have been in communication with cable and public television on this and continue to work to get this completed. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity today to present to your committee the works of our committee, and I also would say that also the other works of our subcommittee chairs for the Emancipation Commemoration 175th. Thank you.
Thank you, former Senator Jackson, and I want to thank yourself and former Senator Burke for all of the work that you all have been doing concerning our emancipation efforts here in the Virgin Islands from a commemorative standpoint. We're going to begin our round of questioning. It's going to be 4 minutes for each senator. And before we begin with the first senator, which will be Senator Frances Heileger, for her 4 minutes, I wanted to ask a question to Chairwoman Burke concerning the extension that you spoke of in your testimony. You know, I see the Emancipation Committee as something that needs to operate in perpetuity in order for us to assure that our history does not fall through the cracks, as one would say. So what does that extension entail? Is it just an extension for another year or two, or are we talking about perpetuity here?
Thank you, Carol Burke, Chairwoman. Thank you, Chairman Bolkes. The extension goes for another year, but that does not preclude, you know, one of the major responsibilities that we have is to make recommendation to the legislature and the governor about the future of emancipation. And I think it's an opportune time to really put it where it should rightfully be forever, a part of everything that we do. And the only way to do that is to institutionalize it. So I share that sentiment, and I think most of the members of the committee are also on board with that, because as we have been doing work, day by day, project by project, there is so much history. Just like you mentioned earlier about being told how it was then. So much history, so many stories that are to be told. We have to do better with how we preserve our history and our culture.
Okay, thank you for that. Because, you know, we have a number of other entities, which matter of fact, we have one coming before us after this block, and they're going to be coincidentally celebrating 60 years of friendship between the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, which is great. This is excellent. You know, there's other entities or committees that exist, but I really feel that the Emancipation Committee is something that needs to continue in perpetuity for the sake of our heritage, our history, and preserving it, like you just mentioned. So thank you for that response. Senator Frances Heileger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Hi. Good morning to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning again to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. First and foremost, I too would like to extend my condolences to the Goodwin family, as well as to my friend, Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen, on her passing. I had an opportunity to know both of these individuals as a member of this institution for the past 25 years, and it was an honor working and knowing both of them. I might not be of the same mindset as my colleagues share about this committee being in place in perpetuity. I recognize the significance for some of the information that has been collected, but I also recognize we do have an education department. We also have a tourism department, as well as several aspects of our government that this information can be collected through and put out to the public, as well as the children of our territory, to make sure that their history. I am coming from a standpoint of wanting to make sure that our people get their history and know who we are, but I'm also a legislator who's responsible for the purse strings. So a lot of my questions are going to be more along the lines of understanding the finances as to what we have expended. And when you stated that the governor has extended this to 2024, is this a situation where the costs are already covered, or are you would like to look towards the legislature for additional funding for this project into 2024? That is my first question to Ms. Burke. Could you share with us your understanding as to the potential cost this might be additionally?
Well, we have expended approximately $650,000 of the $1 million that was allotted to the committee from the Diageo Community Trust Fund. And we have projects and programs that still has to go on. And I don't think that there's an additional cost. I don't believe that is not my understanding that there's an additional cost.
Okay.
It's just that we have access to the funds.
Okay, and that's for the $1 million. Could you explain a little bit more? I see here on the financial reporting, I saw where you've already expended about 552,000 plus for paid invoices, but the projected projects are going to be about 649,000, about 650. The 1,642,000 in regards to the additional projects, is that money separated from the 650,000, or that is in addition to?
Can you repeat your question? Because I was trying to follow what you were asking me, but just briefly,
In your
thanks.
testimony, the last 2 pages of your testimony for the financials,
Yes.
there's a total amount of $1,642,500, and that was for projects, emancipation events, etc. So the question I'm asking is, what exactly? Lord, I'm trying to shut off my phone. What exactly is the cost for
Time.
that? Is that also inclusive of the additional funding that I see where you have already paid out invoices, and you said it's going to be about $650,000?
That's the accounting provided by the business office in the office of the governor through Joycelyn Durant. That is,
Okay, well, this is where I'm
accounting.
getting confused, because you said you've already expended some of the $1 million and you don't think it's going to go over. But if you add up all of these projects and what was spent, the 1,642,000 plus what you've expended came up to a total of 2.3 million. So I'm trying to figure out if this 1,642, that 650,000 is deducted out of that, because based on what you're showing, you've already gone over the $1 million.
no,
So
we
did you guys ever get a treasurer so you could have your own internal accounting as opposed to telling me what was shared with you?
Senator Francis, we don't have a treasurer, and we don't need a treasurer, as I stated before. We operate under the office of the governor, and all of our transactions are handled through the office of the governor.
Are you aware of the total that you have spent so far?
$649,081.32.
That is not what it says. It says your paid invoices to date was 552,000, but all your projected expenses is 649,000. So you haven't fully expended that as well, based on what the document is in front of me.
Well,
So
that-
I'm even getting confused.
Okay.
I'm getting a little confused by the conversation myself.
Well, that is my she said she has here projected expenses because it's ongoing, and we have expended that amount of money thus far. She has paid. There's probably not paid. We've not paid out to the 649, but
That is the question I asked you. How much did you pay?
All right. Okay. I got you. Sorry.
So, Chairwoman Burke, proceed with your response.
Oh,
Go ahead.
yes, my response to the senator's question is that, yes, we have expended the 649, but it's not, when we process our invoices, they go through the entire process of, from Government House, the Office of the Governor, to property and procurement, back to the office of the governor, back to finance. And all this means that finance still has a difference with regards to pay on those invoices. That's what that means.
But I am fully aware the difference between pay out to date based on invoices and what the expenses should be. What I'm trying to gather is, have we gone over this $1 million? Because your earlier statement said you don't think we're going to go over, but based on the expense report you just gave me, you will go over or you've already gone over. So I'm trying to get some clarity on that part. But even having a conversation with you right now, you're saying you don't even really know because you're just going based on what they gave you. And that is part of the reason why I felt this committee should have had their own accounting, because the money was given to you as a committee, basically, the committee was set up to monitor this. So when you're testifying, so basically what you're saying, we should have had someone from Government House to be here to further or better explain these accounting, because you can't.
Senator, with all due respect, you did have someone from Government House earlier. Joycelyn Durant was before you during the budget process, and she explained how she manages the accounting of the emancipation committees. And I can explain to you. I can explain to you
Ma'am,
very well. Just like how
Ma'am.
this legislature don't need a treasurer, we don't need a treasurer.
Ma'am, and I have to differ, but I have a question
Okay.
quickly. Mr.
Senator,
Chair, how
if you
much
can
time do I
wrap
have
up.
left, or is my time up? I want to
Your
make sure.
time was called quite some time ago. If you can wrap up.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't hear it. I'm looking at some of the numbers here, and for example, like I said, I'm looking at this from a financial standpoint. On one of the pages, you have other services, NOC 623 2023, $23,000, American Program Bureau, INC, other services. Some of the things I am trying to understand, what were they for? Could you share with me what that was specifically for, if you are aware?
Which page of the the expense report are you referencing, please?
Well, your testimony is not numbered, so I could go, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth one up from the bottom. If you go from the bottom up, it's on the fourth page, 1, 2, the third line down.
On my written testimony you're referencing? Or on the, okay.
What everything, I got it as a package. It also included the financials. So if you look at the financial part, the fourth page up from the bottom, because I'm reading from the bottom up.
Okay,
Do you
so
see it?
on the fourth page?
Okay, if from the financials, go on the second page then, because I was reading from the bottom up. The second page, the third line.
Second page, third line.
Okay, other services.
Okay.
No,
Well,
I will have to get back to you on that because I don't know what that entails. American
You don't
Program
know.
Bureau.
No.
Okay?
okay.
Okay, I'm gonna end my line of questioning here.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Our response, just want to say, our responsibility as senators is to monitor the purse strings of this government. And when individuals come before me, I have to make sure that I'm checking to verify how we spend people's money. So I'm hoping that I could get a better breakdown of the funding and a better explanation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. And I'd like, before we move on to the next senator, which is Senator Johnson, I wanted to ask Chairwoman Burke, because the first time you came before us earlier in the year, we tried to coordinate all of what would be considered the based on, of course, the resolution, and the logistical departments or entities that, based on the resolution, were supposed to assist the 175th committee in order to reach its goal. I see that in your testimony you mentioned having to hire a agency, which in turn provided you with coverage on a national level, and even to Essence Magazine to promote the emancipation effort and the role of for the fight for freedom. But where wasn't the Department of Tourism supposed to also, based on the resolution, supposed to also assist the 175th committee? Because I'm seeing, from my vantage point, I'm seeing something of that caliber should have been absorbed by the Department of Tourism with the funding that they have for marketing and advertising. So if you can please explain that for me, because I feel like that was an expense that you would have not necessarily had to pay, but please elaborate.
Thank you for that, Chairman Bolkes. I sit here and it's to answer your question, it's kind of discomforting because we had to live it. We didn't want to have to utilize our funds to promote the program, especially nationally. And within like the last month to emancipation, to July 3rd, we realized we have to do it. So we were lucky enough to be able to contact this entity, but you're absolutely correct. The VLR provides that our Department of Tourism should promote the Virgin Islands. The emancipation and the celebration of our emancipation is part of that promotion.
Correct.
Inside the executive order signed by the governor, it says specifically tourism and all the other departments. Inside the law, provide VI code regarding Freedom Week, it says specifically VI Tourism Department should play a vital role in promoting and uplifting and celebrating emancipation. Regrettably, that didn't happen.
Well, that's disheartening to hear, because that would have been an expense that you would have not otherwise had to absorb. To the previous senator's point concerning, the purse strings and making sure that, we hold accountable every agency, department, commission, board, etc. However, in your specific case, it seems as if the additional resources of help from other agencies were lacking, therefore forcing you to have to be able to absorb the costs.
Senator, if I may say one thing.
Please proceed.
The extension of our time allows for us to not miss the opportunity to make this what it should be and have tourism and the other departments who could have given more in resources to come on board and be a part of it. Or for us to share in, for instance, festival, the upcoming festival, as well as Carnival.
Agreed, and I know the Department of Tourism has a Cultural Heritage Institute, which would definitely be the division that should be collaborating with you on this specific endeavor. Senator Johnson, you're now recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I think the line of question the previous speaker was trying to go at is, and we're trying to understand this, it was $1 million upfront from Government House, but in this, the numbers that you have here is 1.6. So what we're trying to ask, that additional $600,000, where does it come from? In total, what you have here is in total.
First of all, remember I said we raised, we raised 200 and, it was 200
And Chairwoman, just please say your name and title for the stenographers, please.
Carol Burke,
Thank you.
Chairwoman. we raised $230,000 through corporate sponsorship. And then we also have an additional $200,000 that we received from the Department of Interior. And then another $43,000 that we received from DPNR as a grant for waste size and signage.
Okay. I want to start off saying I'm a very straight shooter. And I believe we dropped the ball in this opportunity here of joining with other groups that was doing some of this emancipation. I came back home in 1982. And from 1982 to present, I've been going down on July 3rd, and there's just one group have been constantly pushing the emancipation. I really would have liked to see a joint force with the Emancipation Committee and the Yucca Committee that's been doing this, whether it's an election year or not, when there's nobody there, they continuously driving disinformation here. I happened to been there on July 3rd, and I did speak to your vice chair, former Senator Myron Jackson, because I saw where it was looking to have a problem. And it draw some concern to me. When the Yucca group was getting ready to do their speech, in fact, Brother Mario was speaking, and the musicians started tuning up the equipment. And I reached out to former Senator Myron Jackson. I said, please, let's not make this thing not work. Allow Brother Mario and his group to finish. As late as last week, I was in a meeting with Parks and Rec, trying to rectify pretty much the problem that occurred that evening with both committees having access to the park. And long and short, the department is willing to, I guess, work with that next group and reimburse them, in, however, with their money that they paid for the park, because there was a conflict with the schedule that the park didn't even realize. I say all this to say, and I started out by saying that if we're going to do good with this, we need to bring all hands on deck. We need to reach out to all hands that are privileged with information and knowledge that they have. I am, in all the times that I've been going there, and I quite sure my memory is right, and former senator will probably have to help me on this. The actual first holiday of Emancipation Day was held in 1973. And it's a bill that was passed by former Senator Alexander Moorhead to acknowledge the Emancipation Day as a holiday. First started in 1973. And the very first speaker happens to be his brother, Mario Moorhead. And that's from information that I've been gathering. That's why I think we really blow a big opportunity, and it's still there for us to come together. It's important that we do that, because if we don't do that, we'll keep missing the ball. But at the same time, we have more information. Each one of us that sits right in here today, and your committee, and this committee as a whole,
Time.
has a lot of information. Mr. Chair, if I may conclude here.
Please proceed.
Because I have about 2 questions. Has a lot to share. Really has a lot to share. And I don't mind being that conduit to bring your committee and that next committee that have been doing these activities from 1973. It's important that we work together for the best interests of the people of this territory. So if I may, I'm just going to ask 2 questions for now and then. May I go ahead?
Proceed.
Are there any partnership or collaboration in place or being considered to support extensions and growth to the VI 175th commemoration? Either you're Senator Jackson.
Senator Johnson, I'm almost like stunned by your comments because you and I have never.
We have never, yes.
We have never, and I don't disrespect people. I don't. We have never had a discussion about anything pertaining to emancipation celebration.
And I never said that.
If we did, you know what I would tell you about your comments you just made? I did speak to Mr. Moorhead. I did. He committed to come on board. And when I went back to him after the election was over, as he told me to check him after election done, I had a different set of dynamics going on. Now, as chair of this committee, you know, in any organizational group dynamics, you have to make sure there's cohesiveness in the committee. So when Mr. Moorhead decided he ain't bothering with we, he gonna take a different route and started to attack the committee, it wasn't a safe space for me anymore. But I did approach him, and I did. He was the first person I had approached on July 3rd, 2022. So yes, the committee continues to embrace other entities. As a matter of fact, Senator, we have granted financial and other support to many other nonprofits. Okay? We have done that. We don't think that as much as people trying to make it look like, oh, the committee thing they somehow set apart. Macrushan. First and foremost, Senator,
I
I'm
don't
a
mean to cut you off, but
just
are
like
you saying,
you.
hold on a minute, are you saying that there is no walking grounds for this?
I'm saying yes, there is.
Well, I want to make sure that you understand that I'm receiving one message from you, and I'm receiving a next message from that group. And that's what when I finished, I think my statement was, I am willing to be the conduit to help. That's what, when I finished, my statement was very clear. I am willing to help to be that conduit to bring both groups together. I think that's how I finished my statement. In other words, I am not trying to put nobody against nobody. I'm trying to bring unity to this thing to make it, I guess, even stronger. I thank you very much for your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And really quickly, before we go to Senator Carrion, former Senator Jackson, you wanted a moment to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to correct the record that I am not the vice chairman of the 175th Emancipation Committee. I serve as a subcommittee chairman. Thank you.
Okay, very well. Thank you, sir. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Still morning, right? No, afternoon now. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues here present, testifiers, and viewing and listening audience. And particularly good afternoon to Madam Chair, former Senator. First of all, I want to thank you for assuming the responsibility, the leadership of this committee that you were appointed to. Because I know nothing in leadership is easy, and with it comes many challenges. Of course, there are things that you've heard me before that maybe I might not agree personally. Everybody has a different type of management style, but nevertheless, I think it was appropriate to thank you for assuming the role. And I witnessed firsthand how you worked, how you moved. You know, sometimes the first one being there and the last one to leave. So I think it was appropriate. And not only you, most of your committee members, you know, so thank you for that service. I do have a few questions. But first of all, there was something within the request for an invitation given by the chair of this committee, and part of their request for your testimony, they also wanted to mention an overview that will encompass committee activities, achievements, but also challenges and obstacles encountered. So I I know sometimes we don't like to touch those things, but I would like you to just maybe briefly share and maybe some of the lessons learned, if you can.
Senator Carry on, Carol Burke, Chairwoman of Emancipation Committee. Honestly, I really would have liked to do more education-wise. And as I indicated to the chair, it's still not too late.
Correct.
Somehow, once this committee got going, we had elements of our community that somehow believed that the committee felt it didn't want the engagement. Of course we wanted the engagement. We wanted the engagement from the very beginning. We had a planning meeting in September with all the government departments, education, sports and recreation, tourism. They were all there at the table. They just never stayed. So we're trying to keep our group together and make sure that we check the boxes down the road to make sure that July 3rd, when it comes, we're ready to celebrate. We're doing that and at the same time trying to manage all these other dynamics. But the support that we expected and should have gotten, it wasn't there. We had support from DPNR in a number of areas, and we appreciate that, as well as sports, parks, and recreation. But education wasn't there. We have support from UVI, and we're going to be doing a lot of things with UVI. And I hope that once that gets started, that we could, it'll be able to spin for the other departments. As a matter of fact, after today, I hope that, we could restart that. Thanks, Senator. But you have other questions?
And thank you for putting that on the record, because
Time.
like with everything, there are challenges and obstacles and lessons learned. And I understand you guys did what you could to try to manage that. Now it's very disheartening and upsetting, to be honest, to see that other departments within our government didn't continue through and assisted and collaborated how they should. Because this was our moment. This was our moment in time and history. And I, for one, expected more. And I guess it gave us the impression that being something has been also commissioned by the administration, they're working directly with the office of the governor, that we would see more collaboration and support from other stakeholders that are part of the government. So I hope this is a call to all to listen and to please do your part to ensure that this was a historical moment. It still is. We still have time to do some stuff. And I must say also, for me, that entrance and emancipation drive during those days and seeing how that road was just messed up, it was almost a slap in the face to the commemoration we were having. Because during that time, one of the worst roads on St. Croix was Emancipation Drive. So it really shows a lack of collaboration, I would say, from some of the government agencies, where we could simply have just held that. Okay, let's hold it. You want to do repairs? Let's do it after. Because if we're celebrating emancipation, and the Emancipation Drive looks in the condition it was in, and still is, it really speaks, bad about what's happening. So, I mean, time has been called. There's a lot that we would like to maybe share and maybe ask and inquire. We might have maybe a wrap-up question. But thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency. And I think my call to all of us is to do better in the spirit of collaboration, and we speak about our ancestors. Let's honor them by coming together and commemorating a moment that in history we are benefiting from that moment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion, for your passionate words, and I do concur with all of the statements you've made as well. And before I go to Senator Potter in the St. Thomas District, Chairwoman Burke, I wanted to ask you for some insight from your recent networking visit to Washington, D.C., where you had discussions with our Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett and officials at the Danish Embassy, to include the African American Museum. And I wanted to know if you were able to garner any potential collaborations or opportunities that were identified so that, moving forward, especially, with St. Croix becoming a heritage zone, we're going to see an influx of potential funding from the federal level concerning our culture and heritage, to include perhaps even cultural tourism, which would also help St. Croix, the island of St. Croix, the district of St. Croix, and of course having the committee being involved at the epicenter of all of that would be beneficial to all of those endeavors. Can you share some insights with us on that?
Yes, Senator Carol Burke, Chairwoman. I'm going to simplify it. Well, in my remarks, I said we could never go to Bodo Park and have any activity in that park without fixing it. That's how I was raised, okay? And so, Senator, I said that to say, when we went to Washington, D.C., we were very deliberate about everything that we did, and we thank the Congresswoman for setting us up with a visit to the African American Museum. I don't know if you've ever been, but if you've never been, we spent a day, and a day wasn't enough. You gotta go. You have. I can't tell you. No one else can. But the way that they have brought the whole life story of Black Americans and Black people in general, from slavery to today, our life, it's remarkable. And I took from that, well, we can't get something similar. Why our forts, why our museums, why all of these things can't be in the same shape? We have the same rich history. So what we're gonna do through Roland Roebuck, who is an advisor, and he lives in Washington, D.C., and he has a lot of cultural connections. We're going to address the Smithsonian Institute to try to assist us so that we could work with DPNR and others to get to where we need to be. That's the one part of it. But there's a lot, Senator, and I believe that this meeting will provide a level of awareness that wasn't there before. Because I'm not about the little small talking and throwing shade. We don't have the luxury of time. We don't. If we keep dividing our people, we'll never get where we need to be and beyond. The unification of our people is what we must do. We gotta come together. It ain't about Carol Burke and the Emancipation Committee, It absolutely is not. It's about all of us, Senator, and that's what we want. And that's why we went to Washington, D.C., to be able to network, to see, and Denmark was awesome. They were so receptive. Especially when they have 10 scholarships, free educational opportunities for Virgin Islanders to take advantage of. We're going to work on that.
Excellent. Thank you for that insight. Senator Potter, you're now recognized for your 4 minutes.
I'll wait.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A special good morning, good afternoon, I should say, to colleagues, as well as our two special testifiers who are before us today, former Senator Carol Burke, as well as former Senator Myron Jackson. Sometimes in our community, we take cultural events for granted. It's almost as though you have a certain handful of folks who really drive and ensure that these activities happen on a regular basis. You know, cultural celebrations, they really help us to preserve and pass down our traditions and customs and values from one generation to another. So it is important that we continue to do that. They provide an opportunity for us as community members to reconnect with our roots and to maintain a sense of identity and a sense of belonging. That is why I see the work of this committee, of the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee, as being very important. You know, chattel slavery, centuries of struggle and lynchings, resistance, emancipation, human beings literally being viewed as property. This isn't a work of fiction. This is real. This is a real part of our history. Our children must be taught to never forget. You know, we have to pass the baton of the knowledge and information to our children. And that is why I think this committee was just extremely important. My one concern, and I think the chairman alluded to it earlier, as to one of her, one thing that she would have done differently. She mentioned education. And to me, that is the biggest piece that, just from looking from the outside in, I would have liked to have seen poetry contests, spoken word contests among our young people, dramatization opportunities for young people, you know, to make the history become alive. That is what I would have liked to have seen, and not in any way to throw shade. That's not what I'm doing, because I think the committee has done a yeoman's job thus far. But I would have liked, and there might still be time for us to really engage our young people and have them involved, you know, in the process of understanding and learning about our 175th emancipation. But I wanted to ask you, Chairwoman Burke, about the scholarship opportunities you mentioned, about the possibility of young people from the territory receiving scholarships to attend programs in Denmark. I wanted to kind of get an update as to where that is going. Is that something that we can really see some tangible results from, and whether or not we have also extended those opportunities for young people in Denmark to receive scholarship opportunities to be, you know, receive an education at the University of the Virgin Islands. Any thoughts on that?
Carol Burke, Chairwoman of the 175th ECC. Thank you for that follow-up question, Senator Potter. You're on the right track. They just landed it in our laps during that meeting, and they said, listen, we have 10 scholarships that are untapped. We can make those scholarships available to the Virgin Islands, and perhaps dedicated some to UVI and other students who are not at UVI. But it's something that we have to continue on. We're in the process of gaining more information. I will provide the chair with additional follow-up information, and that way you guys will be apprised, not you guys, but I'm sorry, the Senate will be apprised of where we are in terms of utilizing the opportunity for those scholarships.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Burke. And Mr. Chair, I know my time has expired. If I can just finish with one brief follow-up question.
Please proceed.
Okay, well, I don't know if it's so much of a question, but I know, and one thing that I have seen, that I have experienced for the last, 2.5 years that I've been here in this body, is really one thing that I've seen consistently is that the communication between the entities in government the communication tends to be surprisingly lacking. You see it consistently. It would seem to be obvious, and I know Chairwoman Bork alluded to it earlier. It would seem to be the obvious thing for 175th to have the Department of Tourism to be actively involved and engaged in us promoting this as a big thing for folks to experience this year in particular, coming to the Virgin Islands. I would have expected the Tourism Bureau to be playing a much more involved and engaged role in the process of advertising and sharing and dramatizing why this thing is a big thing. It's a big deal for us this year as a territory, given the 175th commemoration. But it's not something that we only see here. Sadly, agencies are not communicating with each other, and ultimately our quality of life suffers as a result. Thank you very much for your leeway, Mr. Chairman.
Point of information.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Francis Heilega, you're recognized for your point of information.
I appreciate you, Mr. Chair. Before I say what I have to say, for the record, I don't want anybody to take anything that I'm saying as shade, because it seems like this conversation is coming across a little bit more personal as opposed to an individual trying to make sure that we monitor taxpayers' dollars. Now, I'm looking at these numbers and I'm going to tell you all I'm very, very angry. I'm sitting here almost sweating because I'm angry. Some of these things where you guys expended money, in my opinion, was a waste of money. There was no need, from my opinion, that we were spending money when Public Works could have cleaned up the streets. And I'm not saying that's your fault, because at the end of the day, the executor of the executive branch is who made this executive order. And in doing so, if he lifted departments that were obligated to participate, it was not their option to get up and walk away from the table and not do what they were ordered to do, and thus costing us more money. And looking at this angers me. And I'm not going to be a senator that's going to sit here when we're talking about the emancipation of our ancestors who were beaten, raped, murdered, everything under the sun, to hear that Denmark wants to offer us 10 scholarships. Maybe if they invested in maybe building a school or doing something as a way of reciprocating the fact that they utilize slaves for their own wealth, to see something like that. But I'm not cheerleading 10 scholarships. But I want to thank you for sharing that information. But at the end of the day, we have to start acting like people that's not 175 years later still picking up the scraps, and start acting like the people that we truly knew we are, Virgin Islanders, strong through and through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heilega. I'd like to recognize the presence of Senate Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Burke and former Senator Jackson, and thank you for your testimonies. I apologize, Mr. Chair, for being late, but I had to attend the ribbon breaking ceremony, cutting ceremony for the Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion, and I mean, when it comes to housing issues and anything that has anything to do with housing and housing the people of this paradise, it was amazing in terms of what I saw, and I'm happy for the individuals that are going to be living there. I mean, it's truly an upgrade, and they deserve that, so I just wanted to say that. But nonetheless, we are here in respect to the 175th Emancipation Commemoration Committee. I just have a couple of questions briefly. In what I've seen thus far, leading up to this time, I believe there needs to be more collaboration based on what I've seen out there. And my question is to you, Chairwoman Burke, in respect to the St. Croix District and the St. Thomas St. John District, what type of efforts have been made in respect to collaborating with the many entities that have been on the ground doing this work and others, so it can really be a holistic approach and making sure we get the best product out of all of what we have been doing and will continue to do in the future. Can you speak to that, please?
Carol Burke, Chairwoman. Senator, from the onset, we have set out to make sure that it's an engaging process. We never want, and I'm saying we as a collective, we, because that's what it is. It was never, ever our position to think that whoever, whether it's an individual or a group, wanted to be a part of the 175th ECC committees, whether it's serving on a subcommittee through volunteerism, coming, sharing your ideas, your insights. We were always receptive. Unfortunately, in my opinion, this is what happened. Detractors took control of the situation, simply. And it all became a real political football. They used the Emancipation Celebration as maybe not deliberately, but it ended up that way, as a tool to separate us. And when I took on this responsibility, it was with that understanding to provide a unifying flair, to engage this community and outside communities to be a part of our celebration. It didn't happen.
Thank you for putting that on record, and it's unfortunate, but it's very important that, we realize that the people, that we must support each other in all our endeavors, because that way we all have a stake in it, and it basically turns out to be a better product at the end of the day. But nonetheless, thank you for putting that on the record. And let me ask former Senator, the Honorable Myron Jackson, Chairman of the Committee on Research and Data Collection and Digitization. In respect to digitization, my tongue, the digitization process, what's being done in that space? Because we know, for instance, in other areas where they have, whether it be a festival or anything coming to light, I know that tourism department usually promotes it for them, and it's all over in terms of the internet and other spaces when it comes to that. So can you speak to what were you doing in that space in the territory in respect to our Emancipation Commemoration Committee? What's being done?
Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I think in my testimony, in terms of what our subcommittee has been working on ongoing, is one, we recognized very early that we wanted to commemorate this and commemorate and document the 175th anniversary with a documentary. So we've been engaged with WTJX and cable TV in this regards of having a final product at the end of this celebration. We have the website, and we've talked as a committee about expanding that and bringing the content of that up as a working tool for students, teachers, educators, researchers, historians, interested individuals, that they could go to this particular website that will live beyond the 175th and find a body of documentation and information that could be used into perpetuity. Photographs that have been collected, and we've had a media outlet that has been documenting and also on the government channel, rebroadcasting the events of the 175th. We recognize as a committee, which we recognize that in the Virgin Islands, because of the lack of our institutions, for example, you talk about archives, libraries, and museums, for example, this material is archival. Where will it be housed? And the challenges that we have within the existing department responsible is that our archives are in a very bad state at this time. This is the entity to which material should be deposited, a depository where future, present, and future Virgin Islanders would have access to. I'm sure that during your vetting, you've had that discussion, or you may have had that discussion with DPNR, and if you did not, I would encourage you to do so, because it's critical. We have the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute as another entity that is languishing in the Department of Tourism. Likewise, that has a mandate for some of the responsibility that you have asked. And likewise, an entity like this should be working with to make sure that the chronicles of 175, we had the 150th, we had the 100th anniversary, and all the in-between years of these anniversaries, where is that deposited in the territory? Where can you find that? And as a committee reactivated to execute this, we find challenges, and there are also institutions outside and in the territory that has a tremendous amount of material. We would like to do our best to have a working tool, a working guide for Virgin Islanders and those interested in our history and our culture for a place that they could go, one-stop shopping, so to speak.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, former Senator Jackson, you spoke to a one-stop shop and a place they can go. I remember in the 32nd legislature, I believe, we went to the African American Heritage Museum, and the way they have that set up, I mean, it's in depth, it's amazing, basically, from beginning to end. You said to find a place and a process. Do you have you all had a discussion in terms of anything in mind that can look or even replicate what they have done here in our territory? Have you guys had that type of discussion?
Well, Senator, there's no secret that prior to leaving this institution, I've advocated the two projects that came out of the Centennial, a school for architecture and inquiry, and a trades institution, and a museum, civic and cultural center on St. Thomas. Right now, that entity is working with the Virgin Islands government. We're trying to get a lease out of property and procurement to advance the funding that was appropriated by this body and also the Department of Interior to start to address the blight and the restoration of that complex, which is the J. Antonio Jarvis complex. So that's in the process. Would that be a depository? Yes, it would be. We have libraries and museums, archives. As you know, the library in St. John has recently opened. There's work going on the Florence Williams Library, our Enid Barr Library. Regrettably, we passed a law that designated that as our archives. Regrettably, this administration has decided it would be used for other functions. So as we move forward, we have to be consistent in this advocacy, because we're going to fail to secure, to protect, to make sure that a future generation have the archives and the materials, whether it be digital form or in its original form. You don't destroy documents, you save them. And the discussion in the United States right now speaks to the importance of documents and how they are cared for and who is responsible for them. So likewise, our subcommittee recognizes the failures that we presently have and will continue to advocate to this body, to the administration, the importance of preserving one's history.
Thank you so much for putting that on the record, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice
Point of
President
information.
Blyden. Point of information, Senator Alma Francis Heilager.
Thank you. Through the chair to testifier, former Senator Jackson. Could you tell me a little bit about, I recall there's a Heritage Institute or something to that nature that is under the Department of Tourism, if I recall correctly. Could you please expound a little bit on that and what is the status of it?
May I respond?
Proceed.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. In the 32nd legislature, we transferred the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute to the Department of Tourism from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, because we saw that at that time, the department was lacking in its advocacy. Even though we appropriated funding annually, we were not getting the results to see the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute operational. The governor named a board, and that board still awaits the implementation by the Department of Tourism for the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute. It is law. It protects, it advances, it educates the aspects of Virgin Islands history and culture, past and present, and the future. And we felt that that was a very important element in our festival arts, that they would have an institution that would assist them in the promotion of our cultural heritage product, in the advancement of our festival arts in all forms and expressions. And as of today, that entity ceased to exist within the Department of Tourism.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And that is the reason why I had the testifier to speak on that. Because we as a body keep creating these laws to advance our history, advance our culture, but we just don't set them up. We keep your conversation about now setting this one up when there's something that's sitting on the books that was funded, that is under the Department of Tourism to do the exact same thing, and nobody has bothered to make sure that it exists and can do the work to make sure our people know the history and culture is a prime example of why we keep dropping the ball and failing. This is our fault. We have to stop it. I just wanted that to go on the record. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heilager. We're about to wrap up, but I understand that Senator Carla Joseph is in attendance in the St. Thomas Chambers. So I would ask her to please proceed really quickly, as the chairwoman has some other endeavors that she is running a little late for at this point. Senator Joseph, you're now recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Good day, and to my colleagues and the people of the Virgin Islands. I really want to say, and I had to run up to just really commend the committee chairwoman, former Senator Carol M. Burke, and also former Senator Myron Jackson. They went head to head on a lot of these issues. We are so much the greater for this committee formation, as well as the ability to document what has transpired. The committee is really diverse, and it was very open and receptive to others coming into the fold and presenting, and also working with external organization. I can't say how much work that was dedicated to the extent that the work that was done by the volunteers of this committee to get this level of recognition for our ancestors. We know that going forward is going to be greater things because we have some documentation here already to be able to move forward with how we were able to implement. So I just wanted to commend both of my colleagues from the 175th Emancipation Commemoration, and we are going to continue to press on to make sure our ancestors remain very proud of us. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity.
You are most welcome, Senator Carla Joseph. I appreciate your passionate words as well. And we have wrapped up a very robust round here. I want to thank Chairwoman Burke and, of course, Subcommittee Chairman Jackson for being here with us today and sharing a very good update on what has transpired with the 175th Emancipation Committee. And we're looking forward to its existence. Hopefully that's in perpetuity, because I believe that, you know, all emancipation efforts, not just the 175th, I mean, for this year, but there are a number of other emancipation efforts that have transpired in our territory's history. And I believe that the work that you're doing here now can also equate into those, in sort of preserving those as well. In addition to collaborating with the Cultural Heritage Institute through the Department of Tourism, I think we have a great opportunity here to hold on and preserve our history in the best of ways. We're going to do a 30-second wrap-up. I want to begin with former Senator Jackson and then end up with former Senator Burke, Chairwoman Burke. You may proceed for your wrap-up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you and your committee members and other senators present for inviting the 175th Emancipation Commemorative Committee to be here to speak of our accomplishments and the work that was done. And I have to say to you, it was not easy, and it's not easy. However, we agree to disagree at times, and much of the discussions that we have had today, we've gone to head. But I think we are all better for it. And the history of the 175th will be recorded as a time where we took the opportunity, even though we had shortcomings, but we took the opportunity to honor our ancestors. I don't recall any time where those who were executed in a what is recorded as a bloodless revolution or rebellion, which was not, because we lost our lives in defending our rights, executed and killed. However, not one white individual lost their lives from our activities, but we did. And we honored them on July 3rd, 2023. And that, to me, was a great honor on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands to call those names and remember, lost to history. So the committee, yes, has its challenges and may have its shortcomings, but we did what we could do with what we had. And we will continue, and I will continue to serve in this committee. And that's why I'm here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I thank you and commend you for your efforts and work. Chairwoman Burke, closing remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Bolkes. And I want to say I'm so grateful for the ongoing support of my members, because without them, in all earnest, many of the things that we've achieved, it wouldn't happen, because the differences exist no matter what. But I wanted to thank Sylvester Warner and Jacqueline Watsley in the governor's office. They are Herculean humanitarians. They never said no to us. Even in the darkest of the mid-morning, Mr. Warner came out to assist us in St. Thomas, right there in the village. And you don't find people like that just so. So I wanted to, on the record, commend him. We so appreciate you. And I want to say that this committee invites not just the support of this committee and the legislature at large. We invite the continued and ongoing support of the many families whose lives we've touched. We've touched many families' lives, and we want to continue doing that, and we will in memorial, and we're going to also document those things. So Senator Jackson has a tall order to fill, and I know he's going to do it. So we want to thank you, Senator Bolkes, and the members of the committee for allowing us to come here and share insights and talk with you like human beings should be doing for the betterment of these islands. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Burke and colleagues. We're going to go into a recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports and Parks stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is hereby back from recess. Madam Clerk, please read Block 2 of the agenda into the record.
During this hearing, the committee will be hosting special presentations to commemorate the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico Friendship Day. These presentations will showcase the significance of the friendship between the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. In addition to the special presentations, the committee will receive a comprehensive overview of the Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Committee. This overview will encompass the committee's activities, achievements, challenges, or obstacles encountered, and the specific need it has identified. The hearing aims to provide a platform for a thorough understanding of the committee's role in fostering and maintaining this friendship. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Jose Corsino, Mayor, Island of Vieques, Puerto Rico. The Honorable Samuel Sanes, former Senator and St. Croix Administrator. The Honorable Luis Torres, Chairman, Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Committee. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Y buenas tardes, caballeros. Good afternoon, good afternoon. I want to say pleasant good afternoon to Mayor Jose Corsino of the island of Vieques, and of course, the Honorable former Senator and Administrator Samuel Sanes. It's kind of funny. I never served with you, but it's kind of funny to see you back over there. But that's okay.
The feeling is mutual.
The feeling is mutual. And of course, the Honorable Luis Torres, the Chairman of the Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Committee. Today, we're here to discuss the Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Day and its relevance in our community and how important it has been for 59 years. You know, and next year is going to be the big 60th, so I can't wait for that. But let's just get through 59 first, right? You know, I really wanted to express some historical content before we get into the testimony. You know, back in the 1940s and 50s, a lot of people from Vieques and Culebra migrated here to the island of St. Croix, to include my grandparents. And most of them came here looking for opportunities, or perhaps were pushed out because of the strong military existence in those islands, and they decided to go somewhere else and create a new future for themselves. And now we have third generation and maybe even fourth generations later of a huge population of people that came from those islands. And here we are today at the island of St. Croix and fostering the relationship between the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico for generations to come. Today, I am very excited because, you know, I have roots that come from the island of Puerto Rico, and I understand and know how important it is to foster and continue to build on relationships, because relationships are really all that we really have in life, you know. So I'm looking forward to hearing from each and every one of you. Senator Sanes, I know you'll be providing a level of translation for us, for the mayor as well.
Yes, sir, and I'm extremely glad that you say a level of translation.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to also recognize the presence of Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. Thank you for being here with us today, Mr. President. Good afternoon. And before we proceed, we also have other individuals in the audience. Mr. Administrator Sanes, could you let us know who else is here with the mayor of Vieques as well?
¿Puede introducir?
Acompaña Gistali Serrano, directora de Recursos Humanos del municipio de Vieques.
Director of Human Resources.
Nos acompaña Carlos Bermúdez, que es el de secretario municipal de Vieques.
Municipal Secretary of Vieques.
Y su esposa, que lo acompaña.
And her wife, his wife.
Okay, thank you, gracias. Okay, we want to start off with the testimony of the alcalde, the mayor, Corsino, which will be read into the record. No, I'm getting a nod over there from my Madam Clerk. Okay, well, let's begin with the president, Mr. Luis Torres, chairman of the Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Day. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Senate President, senators, and all officers. I bring greetings from our beloved community of the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. This year, we celebrate with great joy the 59 years of the great friendship that exists between the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. And like last year, we continue to strengthen our cultural bonds with pride. This year, VIPR Committee is honored to have the presence of the Honorable Jose A. Corsino Acevedo, Mayor of Vieques. His attendance to our events motivates us to continue our work celebrating the friendship that exists between our islands. This year, we're honoring 3 Puerto Ricans who have enriched the Virgin Islands with their contributions. Ms. Domitila Vargas, Mr. Daniel Rodriguez, and Mr. Sol Diaz. We will also celebrate our friendship with Puerto Rico and Puerto Rico with the VIPR Village that starts this afternoon with the soft opening and will continue until Sunday. This celebration is central to how Virgin Islanders embrace those who came and contribute to the socioeconomic fabric that has defined us. We value this historic connection with our Puerto Rican brothers and sisters and ask you to support the related events. The VIPR Committee is very grateful to the Virgin Islands Legislature for your help all these years. We truly are. Unfortunately, the VIPR Committee is encountering financial difficulties because of the rising living costs in our territory. Our expenses have increased, and the donations from the private sector are becoming less and less, as our businesses are struggling to keep afloat. Next year, we will be celebrating our 60th year anniversary, and as you know, these events are of great importance to our community. I am humbly asking you, honorable senators, to appropriate additional funds for the St. Croix VIPR Committee to be able to continue the tradition of this celebration and leave a legacy of cultural pride to our younger generations. It has been my honor to have served as a committee president for two consecutive years, and I'm very proud as a Puerto Rican to be able to bring this celebration of friendship to our community. Thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to seeing you at the VIPR Village.
Thank you, Chairman Torres. And next we will have former Senator and St. Croix Administrator Samuel Sanis.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Angel Borges Jr., Chair of the Committee of Youth, Culture, Sports, and Park. Members of the committee, and I would like to specifically state the ones that are present. We have Senate Vice President, the Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, and of course, the Senate President Novell Francis, and the Honorable Samuel Carrion. I want to thank all of you, and I believe Senator Franklin Johnson is also in the House, so I really appreciate you guys being here. I want to also thank the Honorable Jose Corsino Acevedo, Alcalde del Municipio de Vieques, and his guest, my VIPR committee colleague, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Samuel Sanis, Administrator of the Island of St. Croix. It is indeed a privilege and honor to speak in this institution, which I served for 5 terms. It's even more incredible honor to speak about Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Day, a public holiday celebrated in the United States Virgin Islands on the second Monday in October. As all of you are aware, VIPR Friendship Day was established in 1964 by Governor Parwanski. It honors Puerto Ricans who reside in or who have made substantial contributions to the Virgin Islands. However, our relationship with Puerto Rico goes way back, over 2 centuries back. Puerto Rico was a major haven for maritime maroons from the Danish West Indies, slaves, and other slaves that fled to other places in the Caribbean. The northwest of St. Croix From the northwest of St. Croix, you can see El Yunque Mountain in Puerto Rico and the hills of Vieques on the horizon on the Caribbean Sea. In 1779, Fernando Millares Gonzalez, a Cuban-born military officer in Puerto Rico, observed maritime maroons from the Leeward Islands, including Danish slaves seeking their freedom near San Juan. Then, a Spanish clergyman and historian named Fra Agustin Abad V. La Sierra also mentioned that he observed maritime maroons or refugees in the San Mateo de Cangrejos on the northern coast of Puerto Rico. Some of these maritime maroons were escaped Danish slaves who settled near San Juan, the island capital. Thus, places inhabited by escaped Danish slaves in Puerto Rico, including San Mateo de Cangrejos, Piñones, and Loíza between 1656 and the 1800s. In fact, in 1664, and I'm going to emphasize this, it was 4 Cruzian Maroons who fled to Puerto Rico and stimulated the Spanish government to officially adopt a policy to the establishment of a community of runaway slaves that eventually became known as Santurce, the birthplace of my mother. To this day, the area is inhabited by descendants of runaway enslaved Africans from the island of St. Croix and across the entire Virgin Islands who escaped their captors and came to live in Puerto Rico. I want to take this time to thank Professor Olassie Davis from the University of the Virgin Islands for sharing his wealth of information with the public. It is from his writings that I got all this information, so I want to really profusely thank him. I also want to add more information of the relationship between both islands. In 1952, the former delegate to Congress, the Honorable Ron DeLugo, whose parents were Puerto Ricans, was credited with using his position as an on-air personality to help promote the return of Carnival. But the fact of the matter is, and I'm glad that the mayor of Vieques is here, is that a gentleman by the name of Adolphe Sexto, a man born in Vieques of African, Danish, West Indian roots, went to Brazil to observe the carnival there, and his tireless work advocating for our own led to the first carnival in 1912. 1912. Lastly, I want to leave you with another piece of historical fact. In the early years following the 1917 transfer of the Danish West Indies to the United States, the island suffered from social and economic depression. In 1922, the Colonial Council decided that the deplorable situation needed congressional assistance and established a committee to travel to Washington, D.C. Comprised of 2 councilmen, Conrad Conero and George Moorhead, along with Adolphe Sexto, the group attempted to explain the local situation to federal officials. Unfortunately, because the island were largely unknown to most of the officials, they were unsuccessful at that time. However, because of their presentation, in 1924, a federal commission was sent to investigate conditions in the islands. Ladies and gentlemen, our relationship with Puerto Rico remains strong. We, the members of the VIPR committee, are committed to ensure that our traditions, culture, and our contributions to our beautiful islands are not forgotten. God bless you, God bless the United States, and God bless the Virgin Islands of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, former Senator Sanis, for your very passionate testimony with a lot of history that I did not realize. I appreciate that. I had a learning moment today.
Thank you.
Most definitely. And we're going to have Madam Clerk read the testimony of Mayor Corsino, Alcalde Corsino, into the record.
Message from Honorable Jose A. Corsino as Avido, Mayor of the municipality of Vieques, chartering a future of union, the resumption of the flights of Vieques and St. Croix, October 5th, 2023. Honorable Legislature of St. Croix, on behalf of the residents of the island of Vieques, send you a cordial greeting, and we express our gratitude for the invitation you have extended to us. We greatly appreciate the interest you have shown in strengthening the historic relationship that unites the island of St. Croix with Vieques. This relationship has deep historical roots. Long before direct flights were established between our islands, there was already a bond of brotherhood and family. In difficult times in Vieques, when the local economy faced challenges and the scarcity of jobs was a reality, many of our residents immigrated to St. Croix in search of better economic opportunities. This migration gave rise to a community of Puerto Ricans that all their years kept alive their culture, customs, and traditions. In 1968, the line Ariel Vieques Air Link started to offer flights between both islands, becoming an essential link to keeping together families who had been separated for so long. Unfortunately, over time, these flights stopped operating for reasons unknown. However, we recently received word that Fly the Whale Airline is interested in resuming the trips between our islands. This is full of hope, as it will allow families that have not seen each other for years to have the opportunity to reunite a time further. Also, I am pleased to inform them that the Antonio Rivera Rodriguez Airport of the island of Vieques is experimenting important improvements with an investment of more than $15 million.
Madam Clerk, could you hold one moment?
Yes, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I believe that's the wrong testimony. There was another. He has another testimony.
Okay. Right, what we're reading into the record is the translation of the Spanish for the listening and viewing audience who may not know Spanish.
Yes, sir. What he is stating is that he had two pieces of documents, but the one that he has right now is the one for the legislature. The other one was in reference to the airlines.
Okay, very well, very well. So at this time, would you be able to translate what? No, okay. So I'm gonna take a recess so that we can get ourselves situated. I apologize for the inconvenience. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks will take a recess until we figure out the translation. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks is out of recess. I apologize for the inconvenience. We had the incorrect testimony, and we have now received it and translated. So, Madam Clerk, if you may proceed with reading the testimony into the record for Mayor Corsino. Thank you.
Honorable Legislature of the Virgin Islands and all present, I thank you for the opportunity to address you today to share a story of deep ties and connections between our islands. Human relations between Santa Cruz and Vieques date back several centuries when our respective ancestors in the Caribbean Sea united us, and we even faced allies against the European conquerors in defense of their territories. That island communion has been maintained, although in a way and in a different circumstance until today. The chronicles say that in the year 1878, when the epic burning of Santa Cruz occurred, known here as the Fireburn, there were Vieques and Culebra established on this island. It is said that that year of 1878, a European landowner traveled to Vieques by sailboat and brought with him several agricultural workers to live on his farm and do agricultural work. But the conditions those workers found were so miserable that all except one returned to Vieques. This means that the man who stayed in Santa Cruz could have witnessed the devastating rebellion that burned 2/5 of the Danish cane plantations and estates of ashes. There have been two large immigrations of Vieques and Culebras to the Virgin Islands. One was in the 1920s when the ups and downs of the sugar industry created a crisis in the thriving economy of Vieques. An island by 1900 became Hamada La Tacita de Ora. It was from 1920 that hundreds of families began to arrive in Santa Cruz, among whom many skilled workers, sugar mill technicians, railroad operators, farmers, and butlers who were experts in the agriculture industry and master builders in the construction of houses and infrastructures. It was in the decade when men like Pro, Ventura, Lalo Quiones, Jeromito, Leon Martinez, Fren Divas, and many men and women trained in tasks such as cooking, carpentry, and masonry, coal making, teaching, music, and protesting evangelists. During the second part of 19th century, 1850 onward, there was a large immigration of Vieques, of black natives from islands such as St. Kitts, Nevis, Montserrat, and Santa Cruz. But with the accelerated progress of Santa Cruz from 1940 to 1950, thanks to the growth of the tourism and construction industry, immigration from Santa Cruz, Vieques, was reduced to zero, while that from Vieques to Santa Cruz increased dramatically. It happened that in 1942, the United States Navy expropriated 75% of the 33,000 acres of land in Vieques to establish a shooting range, and that forced the exodus of some 5,000. Of the most, 12,000 inhabitants of Vieques. In that exodus, the soul, the heart, and the life left Vieques. As many of our families were dismembered, it was very difficult and also risky for large families, as they were then to take to the sea in rustic boats. Therefore, it was common for the father to go ahead to open the way, and thus, in the distance, many homes were broken. If the Vieques immigration of the 1920s and 1920s were not sadder, 1940, it was because both the people of Vieques and the people of Culebra were fortunate to have some islands called Santa Cruz and St. Thomas close to us. That opened their arms to us. We in turn gave these sister islands equally soul, heart, and life. We integrated into their Crucian and cultural traditions, and we offered our own. We married the native black men and women. We exchanged our meals and other lifestyles with the natives. In that process, we gave the Virgin Islands dedicated teachers, nurses, public drivers, truck drivers, police officers, musicians, athletes, merchants, evangelists, senators, and even a governor named Juan Francis Luis, whom everyone remembers with affection and gratitude. But a day, the cost of traveling to Santa Cruz by air began to become more and more until a few years ago, direct trips between our sister islands was suspended, and the constant and necessary communion between Vieques and Culebra with our Virgin Islander brothers was reduced to zero. Notwithstanding the above, we Vieques do not lose hope that the old ties to Santa Cruz, Vieques fraternity, will be renewed. In that sense, I want to bring all the Vieques and Crucians to Hook Hama, the captain of the sleepers, and others, is restored. I am pleased to reveal to this honorable body that we have initiated discussions with the management of Fly the Whale. On behalf of all Viequenese, we appreciate your support and hope that we can strengthen the ties between our islands once again. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I must commend you on your translation skills over there. Thank you so much. And I wanted to thank each and every one of you gentlemen before us today for taking the time out to have this very important discussion, especially here and now on the island of St. Croix at the sort of cusp of going into the Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Day activities and events. And I wanted to start off with you, Chairman Torres, because you've been the chair for quite some time and also involved with the committee for many years. And you mentioned in your testimony financial difficulties. As you also mentioned that you're going to be going into the 60th year next year, which I'm assuming would also require some other financial alleviation. But please tell us, what sort of challenges are you having with these financial difficulties that you spoke of in your testimony?
Well, thank you for the question. Thank you for the opportunity, Senator. The VIPR committee, we get what we get from you guys, $50,000 a year. We kind of break it down. We have different activities. We do the besides the village, we have the gospel night. We have an activity called La Fiesta del Batey. I was trying to look for the translation, see what Batey.
It's like the festival in the backyard, El Batey.
Okay.
Just like a one day, so we have those activities, and then we also participate in the parade. We have the VIPR also participates there. So we've had to remove some activities like the Fiesta del Batey. We had to remove. And we had to do certain cutbacks and so forth because things are getting a little bit more expensive. What we could have done with that money years ago, today it's it's a little bit more challenging. Even though our vendors are working with us in a sense that they try to work around the price, but there's still a cost, for everything. And I know they want to make a living and so forth. So. Which we're also doing looking outside for private sponsors. We also do that. This year it's been a little bit more challenging, but since when a lot of the businesses, when they start taking those big sponsors, those possibly big businesses that want to be a sponsors for next year, for the 60s, so we're in talks with them right now. But for this year, I want to thank our administrator. He relentless in helping us navigate. Also a lot of the government agencies like Department of Tourism has helped us greatly via waste management, even up to the police department. To us, every agency does until they can, because I know that for everything there's always an expense that they can only curtail to working with us. But overall, this year we are going to give an awesome event to the public. Unfortunately, we were able to only secure one Puerto Rico band, and that's a big band that we have for Saturday, Johnny Ramos' Orquesta. But from Thursday to Sunday throughout, we're going to have all the famous local bands that we all grew up with and we love hearing. So we're going to have them participate in the village. Hearing both testimony puts me to think, right? Because I know growing up, my parents used to carry me to the VIPR village, where we had the VIPR village, but I didn't know to the extent how important this celebration is to us Puerto Ricans and our relationship that we have. This is a very important celebration, not because of the partying or the bands, but what it means to our economic growth, that we are still in the process, because we still have a lot of people from Puerto Rico that come here to work, to help with our projects and so forth. So we still have that relationship going, and we don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose that. Mm-hmm. I want to continue this, probably adding more to the events, like probably history, so other people that just think that this is just a partying or bands or whatever, they know that there's a significance behind this celebration besides just those activities that we do. So it enriches me, because not only have been helping my community and being part of my community, but just learning and being able to give this information back, like, wow, Mm-hmm. And a lot of old folks will come and sit down with me, and they will tell me, it's just an enjoyable experience. I mean, I've been tired, don't lie to you, I've been tired because it's a nonstop work, right? But I love it, and it keeps me going. My committee members are the best. Everybody's pulling their weight, and we're just making the best out of it. But we do need help.
Okay, well, hopefully you'll be able to express what those needs are for the committee, so that we can do our part in trying to assist as well. And alcalde, un placer para tenerte aquí hoy con nosotros. Gracias. Y yo quería saber si puedes contar nosotros sobre la relación histórica de la gente de Vieques y Santa Cruz.
Claro que sí.
Un segundo. And for those who are listening, I was asking the mayor to please share some of what he knows as the historical relationship between the people of Vieques and St. Croix, especially since we're working towards reopening flights with Fly the Whale, which we had a very great meeting this morning. And, we're trying our best to see what we can do to connect as well. And Senator Sanis, when you were a senator in this institution, I know that you fought tooth and nail for that, and I thank you for being at the table during that discussion this morning. So thank you so much for that.
Thank
Alcalde,
you.
por favor.
Sí. Buenas tardes a todos los senadores aquí presentes. Oye, para mí es un placer, primero que nada, haber sido invitado a esta celebración.
Good afternoon to everybody, to all the senators present. It is a pleasure to be invited to this institution.
Cuando vemos de qué se trata, es de la unión de ambas islas y de la isla de Puerto Rico.
when we see the relationship between our island and, of course, the islands of the Virgin Islands.
Donde pudieron escuchar en mi testimonio, traducido por la señora,
And as you can hear from the testimony that was spoken to into the record,
que a través de la historia nos ha unido a Vieques, Santa Cruz, San Tomás, muchas cosas.
and throughout history, we can see the unity between Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands.
Hemos sido parte de la reconstrucción de Santa Cruz, al igual que de aquí han salido gente para Vieques a reconstruir también Vieques.
We have been part of the reconstruction of St. Croix, as well as the people here being part of the reconstruction in Vieques.
Parte de la cultura que tenemos nosotros en Vieques se basa en Santa Cruz, igual que aquí he podido ver que hay parte de la cultura puertorriqueña en la isla de Santa Cruz.
He is talking about the resemblance of our culture that can be seen both here in St. Croix and in Vieques.
Tenemos muchas familias en común.
We have a lot of family in common.
Muchas familias que necesitan que siga esa unión entre islas.
A lot of families that need that unity between the families, between the islands.
Y para mí me siento sumamente orgulloso de que pueda haber esa unión entre, como dije ya, entre islas y entre hermanos que hacía tiempo no se daba.
And I'm extremely proud that it can be the possibility of that unity that is needed between islands.
Ya es, hoy, este año es el número 59, el próximo año es el 60, y yo estoy seguro que muchos viequenses y muchos puertorriqueños van a estar aquí celebrando ese gran triunfo.
And this year is number 59, next year is number 60, and I can assure you that next year there are going to be a lot of Viequenses celebrating here. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. And we're going to, point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Committee Member Torres, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon,
and good
Senator.
afternoon to the Mayor and Administrator Sanis. Let me ask you in respect, because you spoke to needing more funding to carry out your activities. My question was in respect to your activities, what other fundraisers are you putting forward to raise funds, number one? And number two, in respect to those fundraisers, are you planning on doing fundraisers, for instance, that includes our culinary in terms of the food, the different foods that can actually help bring out more individuals and get them involved in the activities and involved in the cause? I think that's very important. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, we are doing, like, for example, for this Saturday, we're going to have the Arroz con Pollo competition. So that's another little event that we started last year, but this year has taken off a little bit more. For fundraisers, we the committee right now are thinking of doing we call it not
Dilo en español.
no, en español tampoco. Well, like doing like not dance, but like, you know, to bring a band at the Canigata, make it a little bit more, do a salsa event and so forth to try to bring people out, you know, to of course to entertain, also to raise funds. We're currently thinking about what's the next one, right? Because we cannot sit back and say, okay, we do acts, but so we're thinking of doing either the pushing this Arroz con Pollo competition a little bit bigger to attract more. The fundraisers, we gotta be very creative, right? Because one of our biggest fundraisers is the golf tournament that we do. That always helps us a great deal, but unfortunately, it has spread, right? Everybody says, okay, golf tournaments, they really set. So for the month of, it was September and October, the golf courses were saturated with tournaments. So we were like, okay, we can't do one because it's going to thin out more. But that's one of our biggest fundraisers there. We plan to do it earlier in the year so we could beat the traffic.
So as part of the VIPR committee, do you have a fundraising committee as part of that? I think that would be important to assist you moving forward. That's just my recommendation. A fundraising committee within your committee, to have a committee that deals just with fundraising, that will assist you moving forward. And thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Blyden. Now we recognize Senator Alma Francis Heilaga for her 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of this territory, to the staff, and definitely to the testifiers. We welcome you, especially the guests that came over the waters to be here with us today. Along the lines of what my colleague was asking about, specifically about fundraising, outside of dealing with the financial aspect of it, what do you do as an organization? And this is to Mr. Luis Torres. What do you do as a committee to really continuously keep the information out there for when VIA Puerto Rico Friendship Day comes up so that people will be more involved with this activity?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Well, this year we did a little bit different. This year we've been having a heavy campaign on I-95. I-95 have different radio stations there. In all, I believe all 4 of them, we've been having ads, radio ads, and also in the other Hispanic one in Barron Spot, the more local radio station. We've been having ads there. Social media has been something that we've been pushing. We've been putting out flyers out there. So we've been circulating. So this year we've been getting a much better response. And then on top of that, with the meeting with the vendors, we make sure that, like I told them, I said, you got to help us promote this, right? Because the more people come in, the better you're going to do. Everybody does good.
Definitely. Well, I also, when it comes to the young people, as you know, having young people from both the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, Vieques, what do you do to educate them as a committee so that, you know, a lot of times we as people will do things and, you know, we're heading into the 60th next year. How do we keep it going on? How do we keep the torch going by really educating and teaching our young people about the connection between the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico so they too can continue having these events?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Sure. And thank you once again for that excellent question. As you know, throughout the schools here in the Virgin Islands, a lot of the schools, especially the ones that have the bilingual education program, they do have a day in which they decorate their classrooms, and they have a lot of information when it comes to our heritage. Then on top of that, we do plan, the VIPR committee do plan to have several workshops which will air on the government channel to discuss topics that are related to our culture. We're talking about topics such as the language barrier, talking about our history, topics that affect the younger generation. And part of that committee, of that council, is going to be comprised of students, because we want them to run the committee. We want them to tell us what they want. So to us, it's very important. One of the good things about this committee that we have right now is that we do have some younger individuals, younger generation, that are slowly taking over, because this kid can't do it for too long. But thank you again for that question.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that, and you definitely are ingraining it into our young people. I wanted to ask directly, in the conversation about the lack of transportation between St. Croix, Vieques, Virgin Islands, etc. What are some of the activities that are done in Vieques during this time period to continue to promote this celebration, and until ultimately we could really have that robust transportation back?
Well, I can speak for myself. Years ago, when we had Vieques Air Link, we had a continuous weekly traveling, people traveling back to and forth Vieques. And then, of course, a lot of people from here used to go to what is called Las Patronales, which is like a 10-day celebration. And so there was a lot of commerce, a lot of back and forward. We also had a ferry that I believe it was the Honorable Senator Belaldo de O'Neill, that she used to charter that ferry to go over there. And so it was very exciting because we saw at that time people traveling back and forth, people actually bringing their produce, what they produce in Vieques, to St. Croix and vice versa. So that's one of the things that we want to bring back.
Definitely. I want to make sure, did I hear time?
No, Senator, you have
Okay.
some time.
I don't want to go over.
Time.
Okay.
Please wrap up, Senator.
Okay. Thank you so much. For my final question, I want to talk about the history that's happening here, because there's a reason why Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, we have a Friendship Day. And when it came and just listening to some of the testimony and listening to the rich history, do you think any of these are things that should be embedded in our children's educational system so that they could fully understand as part of our Virgin Islands history, so they could fully understand the connection with our sister islands next door?
To know your past is to better your future. And yes, we do have to ingrain this in our children. We have to include this in our educational system. I just mentioned the fact that a gentleman from Vieques actually originated the idea of the carnival here in the Virgin Islands. I also mentioned the fact that there was a gentleman after 1917, a gentleman from Vieques, along with a delegation that actually went to D.C. to fight for our rights. And so it is important to teach our children, especially our Hispanic children, our heritage, our culture, but also to teach everyone, because the Virgin Islands is a melting pot, and we can all learn from each other. I mean, yes, I am proud of being Puerto Rican, but it will be hard for me to choose between a bowl of rice and beans and callaloo. Because I love both. So I'm using that to illustrate that we have the best of two cultures.
Yes. Thank you so much for that response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time. And I am definitely looking forward to the festivities as well as the 60th next year.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heilega. Definitely. I wanted to ask you, Chairman Torres, the $50,000 that you're usually allocated, is that just for St. Croix, or is that because VI Puerto Rico Friendship Day is obviously a Virgin Islands tradition, is it not?
Yes.
So with the $50,000 that you're allocated, I know predominantly most of the activities happen here on St. Croix, but do you also do anything on the islands of St. Thomas or St. John?
No, not this committee.
This committee, not this committee per se, but we do have an individual in St. Thomas that do receive funding, and she do several activities over there. It is unfortunate that her committee is extremely small. Sometimes it's just her alone, but in the past years, she has done several activities on the island of St. Thomas. But she received a separate funding from us.
Do you by chance know the name of that committee or entity?
I have to look it up, but
okay.
Yes.
No worries. And before we go to Senator Carrion, do you get any assistance from any government agencies?
Financial assistance?
Whether it's in kind, if they offer some sort of service for you.
Yes.
You do?
No, majority of the government agencies, they work with us. Like I said, Department of Tourism, big supporter, big VI Waste Management. They, every time for the activities, to have the bins and stuff like that. Police Department too, the Chief Santos, he works with us. Even though, there's still a charge that you have to do because he's not using equipment, it's manpower. So these people gotta get paid.
Waste management.
Waste management, but then
Department of Agriculture this year has been just great.
Yeah.
And we decided to change it from Canigera Ballpark to the agricultural grounds because there's more space and the booths are already set up. And so the commissioner, Dr. Peterson, has really been great for us, and they have given us a lot of assistance.
Okay, very well. And that's at no expense to the committee, correct?
No. This year with the only police department we had to pay, and like I said, they really work with us, which was about $400 or so. So they really work with us. Everybody else, they try to help us.
And Mr. Chair, the name of the person in St. Thomas is Carmen Dennis.
Carmen Dennis. Okay, thank you. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Para mí es un honor que esté el alcalde de Vieques, honorable, aquí con nosotros. Gracias por honrarnos con su presencia. It's an honor for me to have the alcalde, the mayor from Vieques, here with us this afternoon and this whole weekend to celebrate our VIPR event. Just as a point of information, also to clear, so with regards to VIPR, it's the same VIPR committee, and like the administrator mentioned, Ms. Carmen is the one who's responsible over on St. Thomas, and she receives $25,000. So it's appropriated for VIPR, St. Croix, and St. Thomas, 50 for St. Croix, and 25 for St. Thomas. Good afternoon also to the chair of the committee, Mr. Torres, and to former Senator and Administrator Samuel Sanes. Thank you so much for the testimony. And Administrator Sanes, thank you so much for enlightening us about the history and our ties to Puerto Rico that goes way before this act was established, celebrating our friendship, and way before the 1920s, which is something that we usually talk about, the beginning of the 19s, when people started to immigrate, Puerto Ricans started to immigrate to the Virgin Islands. Part of that immigration, I'm glad to be part of the history because my grandfather was one of the individuals a sailor, that brought many of the families over from Vieques and Culebra to St. Croix around that time, around 1920. So I'm Justo Carrión. Le decían el volador because of his sailboat that he brought many people over. So it's a pleasure to know that we're still celebrating, and next year I'm pretty sure it'll be a big celebration. What would you like to see, Mr. Chair, of the committee? What are you envisioning for 2024 and the 60th celebration of VIPR Friendship? If you could maybe share some highlights of what the committee is anticipating.
Events?
Yeah, in general.
Well, for our 60th anniversary or celebration, we definitely wanna have fireworks. We do wanna bring down 2 more representatives from Puerto Rico. I want to continue this tradition, bringing them down, and making the celebration a little bit different. Going around the schools like the St. Croix Administrator spoke about, and just giving a history of what VIPR is. So those are the major things that we want to add to next year's event.
Beautiful. I'm glad to hear that. Señor alcalde, quería preguntarle, ya que aquí hemos designado el segundo lunes de octubre como el día de celebración de esta amistad, ¿qué si algunas actividades piensan hacer en Vieques o cómo los puertorriqueños allá pueden promover y también educar e informar acerca de esta amistad y relación que hay con la Isla Vírgenes, estos vínculos que nos unen por muchos años? So I'm asking the mayor of Vieques what, if any, activities they plan to hold in the future to promote and educate the community of our ties and relationship and friendship between Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands.
Buenas tardes, senador. Nosotros, por lo menos en el caso mío, de este servidor, conocemos una señora que ahora mismo está aquí en Santa Cruz, ella está aquí, tiene su familia en Vieques, se llama Marisa Santiago, tiene un grupo que se llama Fantasía Caribeña, un grupo espectacular. Vamos a promover para que esos grupos puedan venir aquí a Vieques y compartir el año que viene celebrando el año número 60 de esta tradición. Así que vamos a promover todo para que esto se pueda dar.
Gracias, gracias.
Can you translate that? I'm sorry, he was speaking so fast, I was unable to translate.
Time.
Dímelo otra vez.
Que nosotros aquí tenemos una señora que se llama Maritza Santiago.
There is a lady here by the name of Maritza Santiago.
Ella reside también en Vieques, tiene un grupo de baile que se llama Fantasía Caribeña.
She also has a dance group by the name of Fantasía Caribeña.
Yo me comprometo para el año que viene, para celebrar el año 60 de esta tradición.
He do promise that he will bring them here to celebrate our 60th anniversary.
Traer ese grupo y varios grupos que tenemos en Vieques, saber quiénes están disponibles, pero ponemos Fantasía Caribeña, yo puedo estar seguro que van a venir.
Okay, he is assured that group is coming, but he's also willing to bring more groups here to St. Croix.
Well, thank you for that. Mr. Chair, if I may, wrapping up, to the committee president chair, Mr. Torres, you spoke about the challenges because we know inflation, everything is just rising, except salaries, but everything else is just going higher. With regards to those challenges, what are you envisioning budgetary-wise is the amount that you would like this body to be able to appropriate? And do you have any fundraising goals that you are also have established that you want to raise? So what's the total operating budget that you are envisioning, if you do? And from that, what part would you like this body to be able to support you with?
Well, it will be very helpful if we can get 75,000 next year. We have a bigger goal, but we're pushing that through doing the fundraiser and getting sponsorship and so forth. Because I know next year is going to be a little bit more expensive than this year. But generally, Senator, the committee, whoever is president, has these activities to do. And like I said, this year was very challenging in the sense that if you look at the 50,000 we get, which the people that we have what we call a community foundation,
third-party fiduciary.
Right. So it goes to them, and they have a charge, a 10% charge, right, to manage and so forth, which I'm okay because it keeps us, and everybody can see our books, and there is nothing. It's a little high, right? So when you look at that, we get 45,000. And then it kind of messes, and then every time we get a donation, it goes through them, but we get that 10% taken out. So you see where we are. But yet still, we still have, like I said, we still have individuals. I'm a private business owner. You guys know that. I put a lot of my time and money in this. But for next year, that's the main goal. If we can get that help from you guys, from this body, that would be beneficial, even though we're still working towards getting sponsors and so forth. And I can always give you guys updates, reports. I have nothing to hide when it comes to this. This is open. So please.
Well, thank you for that plea. I believe my colleagues are listening, and we'll take into consideration what can be done. I know the budget process has passed, but we'll take into consideration what could be done. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. And before we go to Senator Pata, thank you, former Senator Sanis, for the translations. Please do not send an invoice to this committee. Senator Pata, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to express greetings and good afternoon to my colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the testifiers who are before us today, the Honorable Jose Corsino, Mayor of the island of Vieques, Puerto Rico, the Honorable Samuel Sanis, St. Croix Administrator, as well as the Honorable Luis Torres, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Day Committee. I definitely want to extend a happy VI Puerto Rico Friendship Day to everyone within the sound of my voice. I absolutely support and value the very long-standing relationship that we have had with our brothers and sisters and friends from the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. This has been a very important relationship to both sides. We've shared trade, we've shared commerce, we've shared medical tourism. I know many of us in the 70s, 80s, and 90s traveled to Puerto Rico for medical attention. I am pleased, and I just want to applaud you, Mr. Chair, for your efforts at the resumption of travel, flights between St. Croix and Vieques. I think that is something that is very important. It would be great to see it resumed. We share the uniqueness as being United States territories, the only United States territories in this region. We've struggled together, we prayed together, really, during hurricane seasons to ensure that we're spared from hurricanes. And we've struggled together during the recovery efforts from time to time. I know we've shared, linemen have traveled from Puerto Rico, risking their lives to assist us in our recovery efforts, and vice versa. Linemen from St. Thomas and St. Croix have traveled to Puerto Rico to assist also in their recovery efforts. As was said before, Puerto Rico gave us one of the more popular and effective governors the territory has had, Governor Juan Francisco Luis. So it is important, I believe, for us to intentionally put some effort into ensuring the continued growth and development of this very important relationship that we have with our brothers and sisters from Puerto Rico. And I don't know if it's just me, but I get a sense today in this modern era, I don't see the same level of enthusiasm towards the preservation of this relationship. And I just wanted to ask the testifiers, if you're seeing what I see, has the bond and the relationship and the commitment to the growth and development of the relationship waned somewhat over the years? And what can we do to ensure that, the level of enthusiasm is preserved and continues? So I'll just like to ask that, my one question, to all of the testifiers who are before us today.
Can I start?
Please proceed. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for that question. One of the reasons why we have seen maybe a decrease in reference to this event is the hardship of transportation, and which is why I am extremely pleased and happy to see that the Honorable Angel Volquez is working towards alleviating that. Before, traveling from Vieques to the Virgin Islands was easy. You could have just jumped on the plane, 19 minutes later you land here, and it was everyday flights, and that's why the relationship was strong at that time. The commercialism was strong at that time. But transportation plays a huge part in developing and strengthening the relationship. But I have to say, though, that here, especially here on St. Croix, though, VIPR remains strong. Last year, under the guidance of Mr. Torres, we had one of the best, if not the best, VIPR village. The vendors actually sold out almost like before we even closed the village. They had to go and buy supplies and come back. And that's an aspect that we haven't mentioned. The fact of the matter is that it's an economic revival because we have all these vendors that come to the village and they make money. And that money rotates, it goes back into the economy. So by, once again, going back, by resolving that issue about transportation, you will see an increase of travelers coming back and forth. You will see more economic benefits coming back to the island. Thank you for that question again.
Mr. Torres?
Senator,
and I apologize, before you go, former Senator Sanis translate for the mayor so that he's aware of the question in its entirety, and then afterwards
La pregunta fue es que estamos viendo que han habido no hay crecimiento en términos del interés o la relación entre las islas y cómo podemos ayudar. La respuesta mía fue lo que ustedes están trabajando en términos de transportación. ¿Qué usted piensa?
Yo entiendo que nosotros ahora mismo, solamente al yo hacer una publicación en el día de hoy que estamos trabajando con la unión de ambas islas,
He understands that in making an announcement that he is working towards the continuous transportation between islands,
he notado la cantidad de personas que están interesadas en venir acá.
he have noticed the amount of people that are interested to travel here.
Que llevan años sin ver sus familiares.
That have spent years without seeing their relatives.
Y aparte de eso, el crecimiento turístico que ha llegado a nuestra isla puede brincar o viajar desde Vieques a Santa Cruz, siendo otro destino turístico a través de otra ruta.
And he is talking about the tourist attraction that can increase between Vieques and St. Croix. Thank you.
Gracias, thank you. And Mr. Torres, Chairman Torres.
thank you, Senator. That's a very good question. From the time I joined, I was invited to the committee. You ask yourself that question. You know, what's the purpose of the VIPR committee? What's the purpose of this big holidays that we have or big festivities that we have? And out there in the public, that's a perception that it's just a celebration. A lot of people don't know. So it's always been in my mind from the time I joined this committee to make that connection, bring somebody, bring a charismatic person that could ignite that fire. And the alcalde here is that person. He has just ignited that fire that I know we are going to continue, because the people need to know, our generation need to know that what this celebration or what VIPR really is. So this is the beginning of a lot of more good things coming our way. So I'm very happy that that you know this dream that bringing him, you know, actually I didn't know it was him, but bringing that alcalde, and I wanted to bring the first alcalde I wanted to bring was from Vieques. I said, it got to be Vieques first. And reaching out to him, and everything just fall into place. So I just wanted people, and like he said, the message is getting across. Everybody is talking. So it's pretty good, and this is a torch that we're going to continue going.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. And thank you, Senator Potter, for that very good question. Next, we have Vice President Blyden. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Good afternoon again to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
And I know the former speaker spoke to cultural relationships, and I know that part of that relationships is our close bond, because I know the Puerto Rico National Guard also assisted us with a fire at the dump. So relationships are very important. But when it comes to the testimony, though, I know that Administrator Sanet, you spoke, and it caught my attention really. You spoke to the fact that in 1664, 4 Crucian Maroons who fled to Puerto Rico, and the Spanish government officially adopted a policy of offering freedom to future enslaved runaways, which means that was a safe haven for many Crucians at that time. And to this day, there are many descendants that still live there. But in further testimony was stated in 1942 that 42% of the individuals in Vieques fled. There was the exodus, which created many broken homes, etc., and they came to St. Croix. And folks from Vieques and Culebra. And the reason for, I believe, the close bond is that those individuals in St. Croix could relate to what those individuals in Puerto Rico who fled was going through, because they were going through some of the same things in the past.
Yes.
So relationships are important, and you mentioned that you were appreciative of UVI for giving you that information, and I'm sure we are also, because we did not know that. And that's very important. Can you speak to a little of that for me, please?
Yes. Professor Olasi Davis has written several articles, and I took an interest a few years ago, and I started following him. And the wealth of information that he has in just the relationship between us and Puerto Rico and Vieques is tremendous. It's so interesting. And, to think that a town in Puerto Rico, part of the founding fathers, are actually people, Crucians, from us. To me, it is so important. It's important also to remember that a Puerto Rican is comprised of 3 races. We were talking about, of course, the Spaniards. We're talking about the Taínos, and we're also talking about African slaves, Africans that came there. And so many people in Santurce, their heritage goes back to Crucians. And to me, it is so fascinating, but at the same time, I'm a little bit dismayed that I had to wait almost 50 years to learn about that part of my history. Wouldn't it have been great if that would have been part of our elementary history, to know that relationship, to know where we come from? And this is something that we really need to push, our real history, the good and the bad. I think is extremely important. And I encourage everybody to just Google Dr. Olasi Davis, read more of his articles, because it is our history. It is so fascinating and so rich that it would just boggle your mind. One little fact: one of the first heavyweight in boxing history came from St. Croix.
Wow.
That's right.
Good to know.
Time.
Thank you for your contribution, all 3 of you. Thank you for your participation and input in terms of keeping the culture alive. And I look forward to the activities these next couple of days. And thank you for your responses. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, and to also follow up on some of what you mentioned, former Senator Sanis. You also mentioned Adolf Sixto in your testimony, and the establishment of Carnival, and that sort of piqued my interest. I'm not sure who Adolf Sixto was.
Adolf Sixto, like I mentioned before, was he was born in Vieques. One of his parents was a Danish African descent, and then he lived in St. Thomas. He was a businessman. He was what we call a Renaissance man. He, if you look him up, he started many groups in St. Thomas, and we're talking about debate groups. He did a lot. He did a lot in St. Thomas, and I'm so surprised because when I read his history, you can compare him to many of the individuals that we know that built our Virgin Islands. But once again, it wasn't until I started reading about the articles from Dr. Davis that I found out about this gentleman. And I found out that the last part that I read, that he actually was part of the delegate that went to fight to better our conditions here. Mm-hmm. Because that's one part of our history that we don't know. We know about prohibition in reference to the United States. We don't know the effect that it took on us, the Virgin Islands. So it is exciting history, and I do hope that in the near future, we encourage more of our younger generation to read about it.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. This leads all of us to remember that every day is a learning experience, most definitely. I'd like to recognize Senate President Francis Jr. for his 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to Mayor Jose Corsino Acevedo. Good afternoon to my former colleague, Luis Torres. That's my colleague in blue,
That's right.
police officer, as well as good afternoon to Mr. Administrator and also my former colleague, Samuel.
In time.
With 2 M's.
Thank you.
Sanchez. So growing up, I didn't even realize there was a difference. I didn't realize there was a VI Puerto Rico. I thought we were all one, honestly. I grew up in a neighborhood surrounded by Hispanic individuals, the Cotos, the Robles, the Moreros, so I really didn't know that there was a separation. But nonetheless, I understand and got to be mindful that in fact those individuals migrated here, similar to my father who migrated here from Antigua as well. So there was some migration that occurred, but truly, there was never no separation. We all live as one in our community. So, hearing about this a lot of times, it takes you back. And thank you very much, Administrator Sanchez, for the history lesson today, because I thought that was very informational and I appreciate it. I also want to extend congratulations on the honorees that will be recognized this evening. Ms. Vargas, Daniel Rodriguez, who's another, again, colleague of mine, and so Diaz. So I want to wish them good luck this evening. But here, at least in this body that I represent and also serve as the president of, we have long had Hispanic individuals within this institution. And as I scan our books, going back to the first legislature, we had such individuals here. Of course, currently sitting, we have 3 individuals. Samuel Carrion, we have our chair, Angel Bolquez, and of course we have Maurice C. Espinosa, who is actually Maurice James currently. But looking back in 1955, we had Jorge Rodriguez, Jose Gomez, Ronald D. Lugo, Candido Guadalupe, and his file coming forward. Aradias Morales. We had Santiago Garcia. We had Hector Cintron, Juan Louis, Eddie Rivera, Liliana Belado de O'Neill, Alicia Chucky Hansen, Alicia Torres James. We had Juan Figueroa Seville. We had Pedro Encarnacion, Narida Rivera Riley, Janet Millen Young, Samuel Sanchez, like we spoke about, and all of these others that are currently sitting. The history is here. They have long been a part of the Virgin Islands. And we have accepted these individuals as one of us as well. So while we share, this history is something that's embedded in us. My children, my children came from Hispanic background as well. Because as a result of living in the very same community, we have interracial relationship. So this go well beyond. This goes blood deep in some instances. So I'm happy to be a part of this process. But we have a problem. Our problem is that the culture is dying. That's the reality of it. And we have to do our part to truly save the culture. You can't go easily no place in St. Croix. Like if you go to Chicken Shack or Flamboyant to get a good plate of rice and beans con patitas. Right? It's hard to find, especially after dark. A good acapuria. You're probably going to find one on Saturday at Lina Belaro's place. Bacalitos. So when you talk about and a lot of our children now don't even speak the language. They don't speak the language, and they don't understand the importance of being bilingual. You actually get paid extra in some instances and some professions because you are bilingual speaking individual. So we have a work cut out for us on both ends to make sure that we maintain the culture, but we have had a long, rich, vibrant relationship over the years, and I only see it continuing into the future. I heard my time call. I appreciate being here. I'll see you this evening. I'll definitely be there at Government House, and I'm hoping that we have some chuletas or lechon, or, I don't know the rakaman taki, so I don't know what we have for him. You have the pecao. Okay, very well. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mayor. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. We truly appreciate you being here and know that you're very, very welcome to be here anytime.
Thanks.
All right? We love your people, and we want to continue to do that. Thank you, as well as the other contingent that's here with you. We appreciate you being here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate that historical lineage that you provided to us here just to refresh our memories of the relationship that has long existed, as you put it, here in this institution and these Virgin Islands. And definitely. And maybe we could get the alcalde to knight Mr. President as an honorary Puerto Rican today, because I didn't realize he knew as much as he knew already. He never shared that with me.
I am sorry, but he's already an honorary Puerto Rican.
Oh, he already is. I'm late.
Already is.
I'm late. Okay, I apologize. I will say I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. I think we were able to have a very good conversation revolving around the history and the relationship of the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, and we hope that it continues to be fostered and grown and appreciated, not just by Puerto Ricans or people from Vieques, but all of the different people that live here in the Virgin Islands. As you put it, Administrator, we're a melting pot of society, and that's what makes us so unique and so beautiful here in the Virgin Islands. And Puerto Ricans and people who come from Hispanic descent are a part of that whole different variation or tapestry, that whole madras of what we would consider the different types of people that partake in our society. It is important for us to retain our culture, and as the President put earlier, we're sort of losing it. And with collaboration and communication, especially with bringing dignitaries such as the Mayor to come here to help reignite that flame so that we all can sort of continue down that pathway to make sure or assure that that relationship stays intact. I want to commend you, Mr. Torres, for doing that. I much appreciate it. And we had a very great meeting today with the CEO of Fly the Whale in reference to reigniting that travel, that option for people. In the meeting, I asked the alcalde how he got here, and he had to catch a boat. He had to catch a taxi to the airport on San Juan. Then he had to catch a plane just to come to St. Croix. And the CEO of Fly the Whale told us it's 19 minutes if they were able to.
And it took him 8 hours.
And it took him 8 hours. And, that's time and money. And, of course, time is a commodity none of us can ever replace. So I am very hopeful that we're able to get that done. And again, Administrator Sanis, I know you fought tooth and nail when you were in this institution for that to happen. And I assure you that I and my colleagues stand shoulder to shoulder with you in trying to achieve this for the people of St. Croix, and so that they may reconnect with their families as well. So we want to have a wrap-up session here, closing out. Yes, Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other than inviting community to come out for the VIPR celebration this weekend, I also want to mention that there is a beautiful display of Afro-Latino beauty and talent at the Caribbean Museum Center of the Arts in Frederiksted Stan Street. And it's titled Absolutamente Negro, speaking about Afro-Latino and showing pictures and paintings and sculptures done by Afro-Latinos from the Caribbean. So I want to also invite the community to come out and support and look at that beautiful display of art at the Caribbean Museum Center of the Arts in Frederiksted. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator. Much appreciated. So we're going to give each one of you a 30-second wrap-up. And for the alcalde, I'll give him a minute because we have to translate in between, of course. So we'll start from my right, going first you, Chairman Torres, then we'll go to former Senator Administrator Sanis, and then we'll finish with the alcalde. Okay?
Thank you, Senators, for giving me this opportunity. I am an open book, so I'm going to continue being in contact with you guys, keeping each and one of you guys abreast of what's going on, so we can help each other and continue this relationship that we have ignited again with our sister islands. So I'm committed, and I'm there, and you guys will continue to hear from me. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
I would just like to say that I'm just extremely grateful and happy to be back in my former house and giving me some ideas. No, just kidding. No. It is truly an honor. It is really an honor to be here, and I have to commend Senator Volquez for bringing us here together to discuss these topics, and the entire committee. I want to thank you all. Thank you for the questions. And once again, it was such a pleasure to be here. So, gracias.
De nada, muy placer.
Gracias por la invitación en el día de hoy.
Thank you for the invitation for today.
El trato que he recibido aquí en esta isla ha sido excelente.
The treatment that he has received on this island has been excellent.
Tanto de la población como de todos ustedes.
From the population and including you.
Tienen una isla bonita.
We have a beautiful island.
Vamos a visitarla tan pronto podamos. Todo Vieques, vamos a hacer esa conexión con la isla.
Okay, and they're going to come from Vieques to make that connection. Thank
Gracias.
you.
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, we've had a very good day today, and this evening we'll be attending festivities for the honorees, and I'm looking forward to all of the festivities over the weekend as well. The Committee on Culture, Youth, Age, and Sports and Parks is hereby adjourned.